Good afternoon and welcome to the Town of Blythewood Town Council meeting. Today is Monday, February the 23rd, 2026. Time is 6 p.m. Ms. Durst, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Hovis. Present. Councilman Brock.
Here.
Councilwoman Fritz. Present. Councilman McHenrick.
Here.
Mayor Griffin.
Present. Thank you, ma'am. Was the meeting and agenda posted according to state law?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I'll be looking to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brock.
Quick survey of the room. Raise your hand if you are here to speak about annexation. All right, so it's a good number of you. All right, with that poll completed, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that we amend the agenda and place new business as item 3 and move everything else down 1 so that these fine people can not spend any more time than they need to with us.
I would second that.
Thank you. Motion made to move annexation conversation to item 3.
No, both new business
Oh,
to item
all
3.
new business.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All new business up to item 3 and just shift everything else down accordingly. We got that, staff, for records. Thank you. All right, motion made, motion second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you, sir. Would you please join Councilwoman Hovis for the Pledge of Allegiance in the invocation this afternoon?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Lord, we ask for wisdom and clarity as we serve the community tonight. May our discussions be respectful, our decisions thoughtful, and our actions guided by integrity. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I'll pause for council member remarks. Any remarks from any member of council?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say a big thank you to the Historical Society for their Black History Month program that was held this past Saturday. It was well attended, and I just really appreciate the Historical Society for honoring those families that have helped to build the town of Blythewood. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. I'd
Councilman
like
Brock.
to just welcome everyone here. I thank you all for coming out this evening and spending a little bit of time with us. I'm sure there's more people watching on YouTube. And if you didn't raise your hand for annexation, you're here to discuss the increase in taxes that we're going to be speaking about. That's next month. That's a joke.
Don't believe
No
him.
taxes. No taxes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Hearing none, we'll close that portion of the agenda. We move to mayor's remarks. I do too concur with Mayor Pro Tem with that program, with the Black History program with the Historical Society. That was a real treat and gem to hear from those families that's been here from the start of the roots of DOCO and then transferred over into Blythewood. So definitely hope they continue that and capture those moments because that is our history. As I told that group in speaking, Black history is American history, and that's part of it, and it's part of us in this community as well. Council, I do want to let you know I received a note from the CAB thanking us. I won't read the whole one, but I'll make sure you get a copy of this in your emails. Okay, you signed it. Thank you, sir. But just to put it out here, that the monies that we allocated, your tax dollars that we allocated to support the Christian Assistance Bridge, they gave out over 167,965.5 pounds of food to families. 60 families stayed in their homes through rental assistance. 264 families, they assisted with lights and water bills, and 19 families with some other critical support pieces. So that's the good work that we have done as a council. That concludes my comments this evening. I'll be looking for a motion to approve the minutes from Town Council regular meeting from January 26th.
So moved.
Motion made. Any seconds?
Second.
Second made. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you. As our town clerk goes to receive the public comment portion. The public comment portion here this evening, this portion of the meeting is designated for public comments as provided by the municipal ordinance. Public comments must be limited to the items on the agenda. Thank you, ma'am. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to address council. All comments will be entered into the official record, and no actions will be taken during the hearing itself. First speaker this afternoon, Mr. Jeff Brown. And if you don't mind, sir, it's a button up there at the top of the mic. Just hold it. Yes, sir.
There you go. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First, let me say that I'm not a lifelong resident of Blythewood. I've been here 37 years, so I'm not local. I live and work in the rural areas of the county, and I'm not certain what benefits my rural property would receive from being annexed into the town. I would like to ask town council during this process if they would consider the idea that the rural sections of the Blythewood zip code provide the fabric that has knit the community together for years. These places provide many lasting benefits for the families in our community. Farm properties such as cattle and grazing lands, timber production areas, horse farms, or merely the old farmsteads that provide aesthetic value and character to our community. They're all very important. These places exist, but they receive nothing in return from the community. They exist because they exist. I believe that these properties, if this concept of annexation were to go through, I'd implore you to consider that these properties should be exempt from taxation by the town because of the many benefits that they provide to the community already. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Matt Mose. Mose? Motes.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Sorry about that.
So I know Jeff, he's a much nicer guy than me. This will be a little bit different than what Jeff had planned, but I'm gonna try to keep it simple. I'm Matt Motes, my wife and myself. Our 4 boys have a home just shy of 100 acres off of Mullis Road here in Blythewood, neighbors with a lot of folks here, Will Boozer, Kenny Mullis. I've been here since my graduation from Clemson in 2009. Originally grew up in Lexington County on the western side. I've been relatively involved with the community matters as evidenced by many friends I have here. My wife is a full-time school teacher that also homeschools our boys. She's a superwoman. I'm a registered professional engineer, having recently made the move from the corporate world into working for myself as a consultant in industrial processes and reliability. In short, I'm here today opposed to any efforts by the town to annex the entirety of 29016. I don't have time to list all the reasons, but I have a few here today. Just remember that I'm the machine guy. I'm not a public speaker. Surely the idea of a blanket annexation of 29016, as referenced under new business for today's meeting, is a mistake. This town has neither reason nor resource to accomplish this without sure disaster. Exactly what services do you plan to offer me? I wager I don't want nor need them. Recent examples of local mismanagement and ineptitude, in my opinion, can be found in many of the local newspapers. From what I'll call baby mama drama and false imprisonment allegations to cancel mainline events, rumored misappropriation, and operational deficits. If we could just find that $20,000 everyone's all hot and bothered about, maybe the Freedom of Information Act fees wouldn't hurt so bad. You know what I mean? Has anybody read this annexation manual that's put out by the Municipal Association here in South Carolina? You have? Okay, good. That'll make the rest of this easier. This group, who has roughly a 50-page document that outlines how to accomplish this, missed a major opportunity at an incredible acronym. They're known as the Municipal Association of South Carolina, but if only they were known as the South Carolina Association of Municipalities, they could be called SCAM. This document makes no reference to any option that doesn't require a petition. So, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, how many names do you have on the petition that started this hoopla? I'd like this to act as my formal request for a copy of the petition, including all the names and addresses of the current residents of 29016 that have signed it. South Carolina statute disallows municipalities like Blythewood from initiating the petition that it takes to begin the process for all three options available to the town for these proceedings. Without this petition, this conversation needs to die right here and now. Should this council decide to pursue this any further, please know that I and others are politically, financially, and emotionally prepared to oppose you at every turn. Do y'all have any questions?
No, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Joe Trapp.
My name is Joe Trapp, and I have lived here in Blythewood most of my life. Let me first make it clear I do not desire to be annexed into the town. I do not care to give another group of elected officials control over my property and livelihood, because that is what annexation will bring to neighborhoods like mine. I see people using fear to try and convince the public that annexation is what they want. Let me share an example. This is part of a comment from one of the elected officials here in this room that was made on Facebook. Quote, "You and I, as well as others, currently ran on annexation, and here's the change to fix it, or one day the city of Columbia will annex those areas," end quote. In other words, if you don't give us control, someone else might try to take control. Another fear being peddled is we will not have a voice, that we cannot vote for those that control our property. In reality, I do vote for the people that control my property. My representative is Derek Pugh. He and the rest of county council control the property I live on. If you live in the town, you have the extra burden of town council making ordinances that affect your neighborhood. What makes people think the town will be more sympathetic to their concerns than county council? And speaking of town ordinances, let me read one about what will happen to business owners that are annexed because they will all have to purchase a town business license. It won't matter if they have a county or state license. And this is in Blythewood's codes, section 110. It's entitled Inspections and Audits. Quote, "For the purpose of enforcing the provisions of this chapter, the licensed official or other authorized agent of the municipality is empowered to enter upon the premises of any person subject to this chapter and to make inspections and to examine and audit books and records. It shall be unlawful for any such person to fail or refuse to make available the necessary books and records," end quote. Any business in the town limits will have to buy a town license based on their gross revenue, and the town reserves the right to examine your books and make sure they get every last penny that they think you owe them. And what do we get in return? Absolutely nothing. I live on acreage by choice. If you want to invite the town into your home, that is your prerogative. I know better to invite them into mine. One comment on Facebook, I think, said it best, quote, Blythewood government isn't doing a lot for their citizens now. Giving them more to govern could be much worse, end quote. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Andord Heron. Is that A-N-N-D? Yep, sorry.
Hey, I'm here speaking against annexation. I spend way too much time having to worry about what Richland County Council and our state legislature is doing to us. I don't want to have to worry about what the town is doing, and nothing against you people, like nothing against y'all personally. Everybody in government has good intentions, but government is run on force. And if you are going to, if anybody wants to be annexed into the town of Blythewood, it should be voluntary. Taxes should be voluntary. If you want to participate in the town, do it voluntarily. Send them money, whatever. You know, we don't have to have this hospitality tax where you send your 2% to the town and then they, donate to the charities that they decide to do. We can do that voluntarily. So again, just make it voluntary. We can do the 100% petition. There's, I think, 3 ways you can do it, 100% and then the 75% and the 25% petition. So if you really want to ask people to do it, just do it with the 100% petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Staller?
Gotta lower this microphone, sorry. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today, and I appreciate each one of you as you serve so dutifully in your positions. I'm gonna keep this short. I have lived in Blythewood for over 25 years. My husband grew up here. We've raised our children here. I'm hoping that our grandchildren will also live here as well. A lot of us live outside of the town and the country because we love the beauty of it. We love the community here, and we love that people are moving to this area for this community. To annex the entire zip code, I do not feel would bring unity to this community. Right now in this world, we have so much division, we have so much chaos and so much strife. We want unity for this community, and to forcibly annex each one of us in, I do not feel would bring us unity. And so our town, it's a beautiful town, and each one of us love it so much. And so I just encourage you not to approve this forced annexation on us, and to allow us that if we want to be living in the town limits, that we live here and move in the town limits. But for those of us that are outside of the town limits, we ask that you allow us to remain outside. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. George Walker.
Still on?
Yes, sir.
So I also am in the rural area outside of Blythewood, and as such am a neighbor of the town of Blythewood. And I think that those of us in the rural areas surrounding Blythewood want to be your good neighbors. Good neighbors look after one another, and I think that the rural area around the town of Blythewood provides the fabric and texture which makes the town special. I think if you concentrate on making the town itself, what we historically think of as the town of Blythewood, special, look after the town, look after the center of the town. Recently, an article was published about new development on 21, and thanks to the review board, for instance, they are creating structures that are, I think, appropriate for the town. And I think if you work on creating a town that is attractive, safe, then and allow us in the rural areas surrounding the town to be your good neighbor, you will have the best of both worlds. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Charles Booth.
How you doing, Charles Boyd, lifetime resident in Blythewood. I had a question mainly is towards the attorney, if he can answer it for me. If he knows that he can't answer any questions.
No, sir. What we can do, you can ask your question. We have your info, and make sure we get an email or phone number.
Okay.
And then we can get it.
I'm not a lawyer by any means, but I read SO 264, which is a bill, I believe the governor's passed it, that protects farmlands, agricultural land from annexation. The only way you can annex it is through the property owner's permission. Now, a lot of the farm owners, and I just think they point that out, that if that's the bill that has been passed and signed by the governor, I'm asking all these people that's got property that's agricultural like I have to, I'm not signing off on it. I mean, I own both sides of Blythewood, Pineview Church Road. So if that's the case, I'm gonna stop you right there. I mean, you're already on one side of me, but I'm gonna stop it on the other side, and I hope the farmers and the ranchers and the agricultural people that got farms, that bill is passed and signed, that we don't sign off. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What is that legislation you refer to?
SO 264.
SO?
South Carolina SO
264.
Thank you.
I think it passed in February.
Yep. Ryan Beamering. B-I-E-R-E-R. Yes. Is Walter your brother?
Yeah, Walter,
Okay.
he's gonna wave, he's not gonna speak.
Okay.
I'm just gonna mention, so, something that I saw there wasn't a lot of traction on the Facebook, social medias. A lot of the concerns where people were mainly concerned about farmland, annexation, and, basically changing up our rural lifestyle, kind of the roots of Blythewood, so to say. What I was more curious about is we've got a business down here on Fair Road, 555. My grandfather Walter is back here, started the business in a room about the size of the men's room over there. Little small business, and currently down here on 555, we employ now almost 30 folks. And what I was mainly concerned about was the small businesses that could potentially never exist due to this change we're making or considering making here. I think one of the hardest things I've seen in my time being a kid growing up in Blythewood is over here next to some of the old historic buildings. You'd have a young kid come in and they would start like a little fruit produce stand, selling lemonade, something like that. And, before lunchtime, you got Richland County over there shutting it down. That's one of the hardest things I've seen growing up. And some older folks retired, basically starting just a hobby. Whether it was like Mr. Trapp selling grits or, the girl down here on Langford Road that's selling smoothies. The possible changes that you could see and, just business in the future. That's something I was hoping people would kind of take a look at and think about with this decision. But that's pretty much all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brent, IRWRH.
Good evening. I guess I need to work on my handwriting a bit.
Oh, it's all good.
My name's Brett Irwin. Lived in the area about 10 years. My wife and her family, they're from the area lifelong. I'd just like to say I was going to speak against the idea of annexation, but what I really wanted to say is I wanted to thank you all for the service that you're providing to the town of Blythewood. And I'd like to thank all the people that showed up tonight to have a respectful discussion about that. And so I really do appreciate that. The one thought that I would like to, I guess, walk away with is President Calvin Coolidge said that the business of America is business. And when I was looking at what was going on social media about this specific topic, I was thinking about the business decisions that might need to be made. And right now, what I would encourage you all to do is, one, I hope you've heard our friends and our neighbors tonight. And keep in mind that as a business decision, maybe this was a bit of swinging for the fences. There are other ways to impact the area, and I understand that there's a lot of growth that is coming to this town very quickly, and it can be overwhelming. So I would encourage a dialogue with the community to figure out certain ways to approach this rather than an annexation that would increase the land size of the town by 7 times, increase the population by 5 times, because right now, from a business perspective, I'm not sure that that would have been the way to go. But thank you again for the discussion and for what you do.
Thank you, sir. I think this may be a typo, but George Walker, I think you listed twice. Unless there's another George Walker. Seeing no one. Miss Norris.
Hey, I live in the town of Blythewood, so I'm already incorporated. We agreed to that when we had a Fairfield County dump trying to be built on Boney Road. I'm part of Lake Ashley. But the problem I have is that I have a 5% franchise fee on my power bill. How much money do you collect, and what do you do with that money? And is this a ploy to get all of 29016 franchise fees? Because it's going to be a big bunch of money.
We'll take your questions, but we.
No answers.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that's not against you. We just to be fair, we'll take it. Staff documents those so that we could.
Can I get what you collect now?
Yes, ma'am.
From Dominion and Fairfield Electric?
Yes, ma'am.
And what you anticipate collecting when you annex everybody?
We can provide you with the data from what we collect now. Just make sure we get your info, like email and phone number.
Okay.
And we can make sure that finance can pull and give you what we collect now.
And can that be public knowledge shared?
It's public knowledge, but I want to make sure you get it direct and not have to look through the financial documents online.
Thank you.
And we'll make sure that's available for everyone as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We got that, staff? Okay. Ms. Krabs.
Good evening to all y'all, and I appreciate everything you do. I couldn't do it myself. I would like to say I've lived in Blythewood 34 years. My question is, what is the goal of the town for wanting to do annexation? That's one question I have. What would be the goal, the common goal, that would make this whole community better as far as if we did vote for the annexation? I think there should be more information provided to the citizens of the town and the community as to how this is going to affect people in the community and the town as far as business goes. development goes. I know Blythewood and the surrounding area is going through a really quick economic development period. I mean, it's like a merry-go-round. It's spinning, spinning, spinning. It's like, I've lived here 34 years in a rural area, and it's like, I read social media every day and everything that's going on with the town council, and it's like, when does it stop? When can we get off and stop? But I think we're at a point where it's not gonna stop. And I think economic development is good, but I think it needs to be done in a smart way to where the growth part is keeping up with what is being done as far as infrastructure, penny transportation, roads. I mean, I think it needs to be all looked at as one big picture before people decide whether they want to vote for the annexation or not. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duchess, James Duchess.
I've lived here in Blythewood just about all my life. I live over on Mount Valley Road. And my granddaughter, she lives in an apartment down 321 here. And my question is, somebody's gonna make up for these taxes because y'all gonna go up on the taxes on those apartments. So she's gonna have to pay, they're gonna send these taxes on down to her. And with my position, I live on a fixed income. I live in a house over here on Mount Valley. Well, I can't afford to pay y'all taxes, the county taxes. Like I said, I live on a fixed income. And it's gonna be put a burden on me to where I won't be able to afford anything. I don't really do any business here in Blythewood. I do most of my business over there around Walmart, Keene Road, over in there. And another thing, if I'm not mistaken, I've got a friend of mine that lives down Cedar Creek Road there. He's hunted his land just about all his life, and his father's done it too. If I'm not mistaken, the law is, if you annex that into the city of Blythewood, it's illegal to discharge a firearm in the city limits. And that would be a shame the way he'll just have to, and his property goes out on a power line. If he can't hunt his land, then that's just crazy. And like I said, you tell me what the city of Blythewood does for me. They don't furnish me any garbage service. I pay for that. All it is just money out of my pocket. And I don't like it. But government's going to do what government wants to do. There's no stopping you people. And it's going to happen regardless whether you want it to happen, you or anybody else. It's going to take place because government has always done what they wanted to do. And like I was talking about my granddaughter, she's fixing to get married, and she doesn't make a lot of money, and lives over there in them apartments. When I know y'all, if it's annexed, y'all gonna go up on them apartments taxes, so they gonna filter that down to her, and the child can't afford it, just like I can. So I'm totally against annexing. I mean, I am absolutely totally against it. And from what I've seen, most of these people that's got up here and talked is totally against it. But like I said, and I'll repeat myself, government is going to do what government wants to do, and you can't stop them. Are y'all trying to get your money back off this scout plant here, or what? I know the county has given them all kind of tax relief. Has the city of Blythewood go? Because it's within the city of Blythewood. Because the sign's right down there. And if y'all want us to make up that money that y'all give them, it's not fair. And just like I said, you look out over these people, I've not seen a person come up here yet that wants y'all to annex their property in the city of Blythewood. That's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All righty. That concludes, that's all the names. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Approach the podium. Just state your name so we can.
Not a great speaker, but my name is Christina Godwin, and I've lived in Blythewood my entire life, 30 years. My parents moved here back in the 80s. We moved here for one purpose, and that is we enjoy our simple rural life, and we do not want to be a part of any kind of suburban structure. We do not see any kind of benefit that could result from annexation, any type of buildings and benefits from taxes we do not need. We want to keep our way of life, and even more so, we like to be even simpler. My dad has owned a business on 321 Cedar Creek Farmers, and he's had that since the 90s. And the annexation will disrupt his business and my own. I recently started a small business. I have an 8-year-old daughter, and in our family, we take a lot of pride in building things ourselves and growing and maintaining our land and our freedom. And we really enjoy the freedom of where we live, and we choose not to live more towards the city for a reason. And annexation may cause the opposite of what you want. It may cause us to leave or other residents to want to leave and not be a part of it. I'd like to stay and grow my family here and grow my business here and stay a part of Blythewood. But I feel like it may be harder with more rules and regulations brought onto our properties. And thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'll take one more here this evening. I'm sorry. I couldn't see you back there, Ms. Young.
How are you? I'm Bobby Young. I understand where all you guys are coming from, totally. We don't need more government. A gentleman just said, government will do what government will do. And let me say, Richland County is a really good example of that. I've gone to many, many meetings and tried to talk to the person that's lording over the meeting and say, you know, we really don't want to have this happen to our community. We really don't. And then as soon as they have an opportunity to vote on it, bam, they do what they want to do. So Richland County is getting richer and richer off of our taxes. And oh, by the way, Blythewood doesn't have millage. Now, there's a real good possibility that if they reached out to some government facilities, I don't know, maybe they could change it from 0 millage to 1% millage so that the formula, right? Am I talking about the formula? You can't, okay, so in order to make millage go up, you have to have more than 0% millage, which we have 0%. Look it up, you guys. You already know. You guys look it up. But anyway, in '99, I set out to help to annex the west side of Blythewood into Blythewood. And here's why. I read the newspaper one day, and I saw that Wood Creek Farms in Elgin was being sucked in to Columbia because they had water lines established out there. And if anybody has any water lines from the city of Columbia, be careful, because they definitely can annex you without even letting you know. 0 millage, be careful of Columbia, be careful of Richland County. And personally, I chose to go for the town of Blythewood because I have lots of friends and associates that live here, right? And we're going to watch out for each other if we can. So I think that a lot of people here, and thank you for coming. I wish you would have been here when we were going to figure out if Scout was coming or not, in case you didn't notice that big hole in the ground. It would have been a lot better if a lot of people would have come, just like you did tonight, and said, no, we don't want it. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So, zero millage, be careful of Columbia, be careful of Richland County, and I would trust these people before I would trust the other ones. That's it. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on up, sir. I'll take you. And after this, we're going to close public comment so that we can get into it, so you can understand where we are going in the conversation for annexation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak with you with the utmost of respect.
Sorry, sir. Could you please state your name so we can add it to the record?
William Dubard, Jr.
Thank you, sir.
My family has been in the Cedar Creek community since the early 1700s. This particular land, at this point in time, it is rural. That is what we want. That's what we pay for. And I'm pretty sure that if I lived within the town limits of Blythewood, regardless of the acreage that I have, you would probably take exception if I went and put 20 or 30 cows on it. This land that I live on has been a farm this entire time. This is not going to work trying to put town rules in Cedar Creek. You're going to stop 300 years of history, 300 years of birthright. Now, with the utmost respect, thank you, no.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Durst, we'll close public comment at 6:42. Next item on the agenda is new business. Item A, intergovernmental agreement regarding roads. Mr. Driggers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I wanted to share with you, you'll notice in your package tonight that I have included for you a copy of the adopted intergovernmental agreement that we currently have with Richland County regarding the acceptance and the maintenance of roads within the municipality of Blythewood. I'm really not looking for action this evening. At the last meeting, we reported that we would make that available, wanted to do that, but we do indeed still have the outstanding issue of that we have released bonds for certain roads within the municipality. We do indeed have a governmental agreement in place, and you can see that in front of you. Town attorney and myself, we've spent some time reviewing, really kind of digging into the language of the agreement. And we certainly, while that agreement is in place, and while it is my belief that it would be appropriate for us to move forward under the obligation that we have made, I do indeed believe that there needs to be additional conversation with Richland County relative to intent and understanding the obligations that they have under the agreement, as well as any obligations that we may have under the agreement as well. But nonetheless, while that conversation needs to take place, we do indeed have development that has occurred that has honored their end of the deal. They have constructed the roads to our specifications, and they've asked us to accept those streets under the provisions that we have in place, which is this intergovernmental agreement. I want to plant that seed. I believe that in your next agenda, you will see that back on the agenda, but I do indeed hope that we will have additional information to share with you from conversation that we have. But again, at the expense of being repetitive, this has gone before county council, debated, and adopted. It came before town council, debated, and adopted. And we have that intergovernmental agreement in place. And I'm certainly available as we continue to move forward over the next several weeks before you would see that back on that agenda. You know, reach out. Let's have some conversation about necessarily what that means. We're not at that point of adopting, of taking action this evening, but I certainly think we need to understand where we're coming from. I want to make sure that I am representing you appropriately in those communications, in those conversations with Richland County. And if I can understand best what your issues and concerns are, I shared with you what mine were relative to the intergovernmental agreement. And that way we can have an understood and agreed upon path forward. Is that reasonable?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Very, very good. That's all I have on that
Yes,
matter.
sir. Thank you. Any questions from members of council?
No questions.
Any further direction or questions you want inquired on? Hearing none. Thank you, sir. We'll move to item B, annexation, discussion item. Before I go to staff to dig in deeper and talk a little bit about annexation, let me explain to everyone how this came about. Tonight is not a night to vote and approve annexation, period. So let me calm fears, calm the social media pieces that's been floating around. Tonight is not the night to say yes to annexation. In the spirit of transparency, and somebody alluded about some of the issues we have had, it's no secret. We have had some personality differences and issues, all of us. In the spirit of transparency and trying to improve communication, a lot of times, and you all would never see it, a lot of times communication goes from, and Ms. Fripp, please, I'm gonna pick on her for a moment, but for this example, Ms. Fripp may have a legal question. She doesn't send her legal question to the mayor. The mayor is not the attorney. She sends it to the attorney. She may CC me in it, and she may CC the town manager into it. That's her asking questions to get legal pieces. Sometimes members of council will do that, send questions directly to the attorney, and we may not know it. So we've been trying to really fix how we communicate internally to fix some of these issues. So when we send things, everybody needs to be able to see that. Everybody needs to be able to see that I inquired. So when the attorney replied to me, even if I send him one, when he replies to me, he's replying to all of us. And all of us up here can attest to that we see that. So if Councilman Brock sends an inquiry, and I'm gonna pick on him for a moment too, he may not want me to see it, but when the attorney reply out of the spirit of transparency, we all see it. So we all on the same page. So we started fixing those pieces of communication. I asked a question so that I can be educated on annexation. I read the manual. Somebody talked about it from Municipal Association. In 2021, February, we adopted annexation policy from the town, from the Municipal Association. The town of Bluffton at that time had what they considered the best example that had everything in it that we needed. And that was from my beginning days on council. I can't remember even, I think Councilman Brock might have been in on some of that back when we had that annexation conversation with these policies. All of us talked about annexation at some point through campaigning, meeting people at the polls, seeing people be turned around at the polls that were upset and sometimes pissed off that they couldn't vote in the town elections. We all have seen that. So this policy was developed back then to really help illustrate and paint that picture for folks that inquire about it. One thing we never did do, this policy was adopted and it's set on the shelf. We never marketed that. We never talked about how to go about it. I sent a question to town staff, our interim manager, the attorney, inquiring about annexation. Because I had someone in the community ask me, since they did a referendum for the government change, why can't y'all just annex us? We want to be in, but they don't live contiguous to the town limit. So I done what I supposed to do as a representative of everyone. I don't just look at us as a representative of the town of Blythewood. When you see me talk, I say Blythewood because I look at us as one without boundaries. Regardless, a boundary does exist. But if you call me, sir, and you have a question, I'm going to do my best to get you an answer. And I'll provide this email in the spirit of transparency to our local media to publish, because this is your document. You own this document, regardless if you're in the town or not. That's how I feel. But I asked the question, 6 questions. The legal authority and processes required under South Carolina law to place an annexation-related referendum question on the ballot. Number 2, whether such a referendum would be advisory or binding. Number 3, required procedural steps, including ordinance, resolution structure, public notice requirements, and coordination with the Richland County Election Commission. The 4th piece of that was certification deadlines we must meet in order to have that questioning included. Any legal risks, vulnerabilities, and recommended safeguards regarding ballot language neutrality. And then finally, whether annexation of this scale would require statutory procedures beyond municipal referendums, property owner petitions, county approval, or other statutory mechanisms. So let me calm everyone, okay? This was me going to staff saying, this is what I'm getting from constituents that want to be in. What's the process? Educate me on this process. The media will get this in their email, so when that went to staff, I asked the attorney, replied and said, hey, we can meet that next week. I told the attorney I will make myself available whenever you're available so that we can talk about it. In that discussion, I was coming by that evening when the attorney replied and ran into our town interim manager. And he said, I just sent you an email, so you won't see a reply to me to him because we actually had face-to-face. I said, I haven't seen your email yet. So he said, I suggest that we bring this question to the entire council in a meeting in public forum, simply because it will require us to have our attorney spend a substantial amount of time researching. And what we have been trying to do is streamline how much we put here because it costs us money when we do research. That's what this is simply about, to see from a council standpoint. Do we want to invest, the attorney, that substantial amount of time into researching this method of annexation and what it would take? And out of that research, let me tell you what that research will do. It will explain the zonings. It will explain, we had a gentleman come by today, ask about the tree ordinance. It will go through these pieces that are very concerning to each and every one of you and others that are not here represented this evening. And that data would tell us up here as the elected body, is it worth going at that way? And a lot of times, one of the issues that I have is that we talk about things, but we don't have a document that I can put in your hand. And I can tell you, I have emailed this document to people in the past, and this helps out. So instead of us just telling you, we need documentation that helps all of us and educate us on is that the right method? Is 75 better? Is 25 better? Or should we, in this process, target areas? You may not want to be in the town, but folks over here might want to be in the town. And that's all that's all my question was really asking, is help me understand the legal pieces and things that I'm missing so I can explain to these citizens that are inquiring as to me, hey, this is an option, or hey, go 75, petition your neighborhood. Get all the signatures as you was talking about. We don't have signatures. This is only simply me sending a letter looking to be educated on that process so that I can go back to those constituents that have asked. I also asked the interim manager to explain some of those methods of annexation and some of the other things that, like taxes, we don't have a millage, it's 0 millage. The only way that will change if the state legislature changed the state law. Some of these other things about the farmland policy and stuff, that comes up in the research. So I feel like I have explained this, Mr. Driggers, but I am going to yield to you because for any additional data pieces before we open it for discussion.
Sure. Let me lead by saying that the purpose of this being placed on the agenda was actually very simple. It was to determine whether or not this is a priority of this council moving forward. If it is a priority for us, then it would be appropriate for that research and for that study to be conducted. If it is not a priority for us, then my belief was that it was not appropriate to go to that length of information that would be necessary. The methodologies that were addressed in that, I'm very familiar with. I've done annexations for over 30 years. And I'm familiar with the 100% annexation method. I'm familiar with the 75% annexation method. And I'm familiar with the election method that is there. And there are stipulations that get you to each of those different methodologies. Many people have done some research on those and they were able to get some background on that. And that's wonderful because it's state statute. There are 3 ways to annex property in South Carolina. And that's the only 3 ways that exist. Having been involved in annexations to a great extent in previous assignments that I've had, I recognize the time and effort that is taken by your staff, by you as elected officials, and certainly by our legal counsel as we would go through that process. So again, simply, I wanted to get this in front of council to say, before we move forward in expending our resources, is this something collectively, is there a majority of this group that believes that's what we should do?
Question for Ed. And I'll direct this question to Mr. Driggers, our interim administrator. But I too want to thank everybody sitting in this room tonight. You have better things to do on a Monday night than to be sitting listening to the town of Blythewood even discuss the possibility of a zip code annexation, which would make you part of the town limits. But I do thank you for being here, and for those watching on YouTube, I thank you for tuning in to hear the discussion. On January 12th of 2026, our council sat in this room for 8 hours for a strategic planning session for the coming year, which we are now in, 2026. And we all discussed what was paramount in priorities for the town of Blythewood. And we came up with 5. Those 5 are town and park beautifications, which involve property within the town limits. People pass our exits every day going north and south on 77. We want to make a beautification project that make those stand out when you pass Blythewood. Town events and public safety planning. Many of you in this room know we've paused town events due to some safety concerns, and we're trying to maneuver those. Our newly elected town councilwoman Hovis is heading up a committee, an ad hoc committee to do that. Hire a permanent town manager so Ed Driggers can move on to his next assignment as an interim. He's done a fantastic job here, but we need a full-time town manager. Operational and software upgrades. The software we use as a town is a little bit outdated and antiquated, so we want operational and software upgrades to move the town forward in a successful manner. And the last being planning-related initiatives. We need long-range plannings to determine what happens at our boundaries moving forward. Ed, my question to you is, as interim town administrator, those are our 5 priorities.
Those are the 5 priorities that were identified in that session, and if annexation had been among those, I would have moved forward with asking the attorney to do that research.
And let me be clear, we discussed...
But because it wasn't...
We discussed annexation at our strategic plan.
We did.
I've been on council, I'm starting my 6th year. We have discussed annexation at every strategic planning meeting we had. My 2nd year on council, it made the top 5. Annexation priority made the top 5 that we were going to focus on. In focusing on it, we learned through, and I believe somebody's pointed this out, this municipal association manual on annexation is no joke. There are steps, there are legal maneuvers, and there are steps. Even when somebody wants to voluntarily annex into the town, there are steps and processes you do. But to float on social media and to ask our town attorney to determine what would be necessary to annex a zip code, that is not a town council initiative. I want everybody in this room to hear me when I say that. It isn't. We discussed them. We voted on them as a council. I just listed what the 5 were. This 29016 question was a question from a council member, the mayor, who asked the attorney. And Ed Driggers, in our new form of government, him being the chief executive officer, pumped the brakes and said, you don't have the resources to spend money on determining what it would take to annex a zip code. But I want to be crystal clear. The Blythewood Town Council, as a whole, the people facing you tonight, this is not a priority or a goal for us. Hard stop.
Hang on, Ms. Fripp.
May I have the floor?
Second, hang on.
May-
I want to address that. This isn't me, and this is one of the issues. We all get folks that question us and ask us questions. And Councilman McKendrick, I don't want you to take that as I'm overstepping. I've done what each of us do on this council. Citizens ask us questions, we don't know, we go ask. So do not fault me for doing what I would do for any one of these citizens in here, whether they agree with me, like me, or hate me. If you ask me, I'm going to ask and do the research for that. So this is not me overstepping, and the administrator, this is not, or manager, this is not him pumping the brakes on me like I'm spending money. I asked a question that each of y'all up here asked questions to this attorney. Everybody. So I'm still can ask questions so that I can understand and get the citizens the information they're asking. This wasn't an automatic thing. It's me asking so that I can go back. And if you don't believe me, I will gladly take you with me to these folks so that you can see this and hear them ask these questions. But we gotta trust each other up here. I don't bother, well, Councilman Brock, see you shaking your head, that's fine, that's your opinion. But I don't bother any one of you all up here when citizens ask you questions. So we gotta have that level of respect, and that's what we gotta continue to grow to.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
When was your email to either Ed Driggers or Attorney Balthazar about questioning what the process is for annexation.
That was February the 11th.
So on February the 11th, you posted on social media a post that said, if you live in 29016,
Yep.
you should be a town resident.
Yep,
You
you
posted
should,
that
and that's
before
what
you
those.
even got
Mhm.
you posted that before you even got the information from the attorney. And to Councilman McKenrick's point, for me, this was a surprise for me when I saw it on the agenda, because to piggyback off of Councilman McKenrick, this was not a priority for us. So to a large number of us, it was a surprise. I didn't know where this came from. And so to say that it was out for discussion, I find that pretty rich when you'd already posted on social media your position. If you live in the 29016 zip code, you should be in the town of Blythewood without having this discussion first. So you already had a position, and you had that position prior to sending the email or even waiting for the information from the interim manager or the attorney. I mean, for me, all I'm saying is this caught me off guard, because it wasn't anything that council discussed. And so this is your project, and I'm not saying that you can't have your own ideas or you can't put forth an item on the agenda. That is your right. But I was confused when I looked at the agenda and I saw it said annexation priority discussion item requested by staff. Well, who is staff? Who is requesting? How is staff requesting annexation of us? I mean, I'm confused. I need somebody to clarify that for me, because what it should have said is requested by Mayor Griffin.
So, Mr. Driggers, can you explain that process? No.
I'm not knocking. You have every right to ask for any agenda item that you want to. That is our right. He has the right to ask for that. But I'm like, please don't make this a council agenda item, because it's not.
Mr. Driggers, can you please explain how that came about?
I expressed first to our town attorney that I had some concern about proceeding with this request. And I indicated that my concern was because I did not believe that this was a priority for all of council. And so I said, I want to think on this a little bit. And so the next day, day after, I can't remember exactly, but I sent an email to the mayor that said, I have been thinking about this. I've been giving great thought to this issue. And one thing that I have learned in my time here is that council does not want to be surprised about the work that is taking place. Okay?
Sure.
To the mayor's credit, when I communicated to him that I have that concern of moving forward without council being aware and establishing this as a priority, and I communicated that I believed that I needed to take this to council to be either give me direction to move forward or give me direction to say, no, I don't think this is something we need to be spending town resources on.
Sure.
His response to me was, absolutely. I have no problem with that. So he did not request for me to place this on the agenda. So maybe if it could have been done differently, maybe it should have said requested by Ed Driggers, interim town manager. So possibly that's the improvement that I could have made to that. But my purpose was to make sure that we were not moving in a direction and it being communicated that we were moving in a direction if it was not the direction of a majority of this body.
Ms. Hovis.
So in my opinion, if that was the goal, then rather than putting this on the agenda annex all properties within the 29016 zip code, which I think is unlawful. I'm not an attorney, but I'm pretty sure you have to be living on contiguous property. But if our goal here was to clarify what the goals of the majority of the council, that should be, in my opinion, what new business is, to help everybody understand what we decided are our goals. So what I believe we have done, I believe we've caused distress to the majority of citizens sitting here tonight because of what we put on the agenda, which then transfers to social media, and you know what happens after that. It's just a free-for-all, right? I believe that we are playing fast and loose with the agenda and that we have a responsibility to the citizens to put meaningful things on here and help them understand that we're not here tonight to vote for that, which, read my lips, I oppose annexation by referendum.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Hovis, I actually object to the use of the word "we" because there is no "we" at this table that supports annexation. There is no "we" that
noted
places this item on the agenda tonight. There is one individual, it's you, that put this item on the agenda tonight. And so I'll ask you a question, Mr. Mayor. You stated that citizens approach you all the time, that constituents come up to you and are asking to be in the town. My only question is, where are they tonight? Because if this was so important, then they'd be up here speaking. Ms. Young, 50-50 on whether or not I interpreted
let's not engage
yours as...
Councilman Brock.
No, I'm not engaging. I'm speaking. I have the floor. It's 50-50 on whether or not her statements were pro or against. I do appreciate her saying that she trusts us more than Richland County Council. I do appreciate that. But, and I lost my bet. That's
yeah,
okay.
You lost your bet.
Well worth it. I do want to reemphasize that Councilman McKenrick clearly stated the goals of council at our strategic planning meeting on the 12th, which is why it triggered our manager to reach out and say, hey, I need to go in front of council so that the potential research doesn't run in the thousands of dollars in legal fees, because attorney time equals money. Just no other way to interpret it. And I hope to go to law school one day. So,
no offense, but
we'll see about that. Don't hold your applause. So with that, I am also opposed to mass annexation. I did a little research sitting right here. ChatGPT is a wonderful thing. It'll tell you a lot of things very quickly. I don't know if it's legal or not. It does not appear to be agreed with the contiguous. You have to be touching, and it would just be way too cumbersome for the small, formerly sleepy town of Blythewood to go from about 5,500 to potentially 30,000 people, in less than a year. It just doesn't make sense. We clearly have an 800-pound gorilla across the interstate that we've got to figure out how to deal with. They're not even going to produce automobiles till 2028, which is probably a good thing. They're going to take their time and get it right. I applaud that. For the record, I was a supporter of Scout. I still am. But we've got our work cut out for us on that item. So this table, at least, is not in favor at all and would have never placed this item on the agenda. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. And stand by for a moment. Anything else, Mr. Driggers?
I suspect I have a clear answer.
Okay, I got it. What's wrong? Okay, cool. What's wrong?
no.
We don't need an action. I'm just trying to figure out something. I thought something happened. All right. This item doesn't require any action. Mr. Driggers, you got what you need.
Yes, sir.
All righty. We learned something about the agenda.
Mayor
together.
Griffin, I would move for a 10-minute recess to allow the room to empty, as I'm sure it's going to.
Okay. I ain't against that. All in favor of a 10-minute recess?
Aye.
All right, thank you. 10-minute recess. Let's 7:25. Call us back in session at 7:41, Ms. Dersh. With my pen. All right, next item on the agenda is boards and commissions. Doco Meadows Park Foundation, Ms. Hovis.
Yes, I'll have an update for that in our next meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Central Midlands Council of Government, myself. Let me ask council, how do y'all feel about the gateway signs? Before I invest a lot of time into going through that with the COG. Like Columbia, we design it ourselves. It ain't gonna look like Columbia. But how do y'all feel about gateway signs for the town?
I'm not opposed to that. I'm a fan of it, actually.
Okay. No, we will, let's not dig deep. We will design that, but I want to make sure that I put us in line for the funding.
Yep.
Okay. That's all the consensus I needed. All right, thank you. Richland County Penny Tax, TPAC, Councilman McKendrick.
We held our meeting today. We were shy of a quorum until about 10 minutes before the meeting adjourned. There were no updates, but we did get the minutes approved, and everything seems to be, for our projects, on schedule.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none. Staff reports, financial reports. Financial Director, Ms. Edwards.
Mr. Mayor, Council, for the month of January, it's going to report the revenue is $444,082.90, and year-to-date is $3,173,489.07. Our expenditures is $297,182.05 for the month, and $1,781,603.68 for the year.
I know, any questions from financial pieces?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councilman McKendrick.
I sent
Yep.
Mr. Driggers and Ms. Edwards a list of questions earlier today. I appreciate them giving me those answers in a very timely manner. I had them before the meeting tonight. Question, I spoke with Ms. Edwards about it. Wanted to see if Mr. Driggers would have some input here on, and Ms. Edwards, on the new reporting that you found in QuickBooks, there is a toggle that will include a page number.
Okay.
If you turn that on,
Okay.
I mean, that would just help us if we have questions.
All right.
But on page 6, the top of the page is Public Works. There is an expenditure showing for $25,000 in other miscellaneous, which I believe was the settlement of a prior legal issue. Could we please move that to 104150-199 legal outside counsel, legal dash outside counsel? Or find a better spot for it than where it lies.
Yeah, the short answer is yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure that
Where
that's
I'm
where it
suggesting
really
is-
should
yeah.
go, because that's going to be more related to professional fees. But it's not unusual that we would set something aside. For example, it could be judgments and settlements,
yeah.
something like that.
Okay.
But yes, we can make sure that that is not as an expense to public works.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my goal.
Yeah.
Secondly, I asked Ms. Edwards, and this may be how the accountant is showing it, but we are still showing $20,000 under public safety grants. And if there was an adjustment made, if it was a true adjustment, that would not show.
We have inquired about that repeatedly with our CPA. We got that question today. I'm not sure if you had a chance to reach back out,
Well,
yet.
he has told me over and over that it was accrued back, and why, he will not answer me on why it's still showing in the reports.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was because it was a void and reissue, or why.
Because if it indeed was accrued to the prior year, it should not be
It should be
reflected in
zero.
these statements.
100%.
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're on the same page. And
Yeah, we're-
I'm gonna keep asking the question.
Yeah, I'll try again.
I'm not
And like
frustrating
I said,
you.
I have a new contact, so
Okay.
maybe I'll get a different answer.
And then, lastly, we are showing, it's a good thing for Blythewood, obviously, but business license in town and business license out of town. I'm still very curious to know what part of 062 and 063 are because of our third-party vendor contract helping us. I'm still very interested to know what we're gaining because of that.
Yes.
Yes. If you can drill down.
We can break that out correctly, right? We can break that out to show what they're collecting versus what we're collecting.
What I don't want to happen is us come up on a 3-year renewal and say, well, we don't even know if this is beneficial. So along the way, if we can just say, hey, yeah, this has been very beneficial to the town, it really helps us coming into that renewal.
Jennifer, can we actually, can we add an additional account now, even though we're, mid-budget? But can we add an account that we could separate that revenue one to the others? So not only are we providing a report, but we're recording it in the financial statements separately.
Yes, we do.
Okay, I think that would be
It would be a going
helpful.
forward thing, to
Sure.
go back with the beast,
Yeah.
to convert the old numbers, but going forward.
Yeah, and we certainly can set that up, chart of accounts, going forward in the new budget,
Right.
absolutely.
And then lastly, during budgeting, we set many accounts at $1 for a placeholder, but we gave it no budget amount, and several of those are being hit for amounts. Is that because that's where you deem they're best held? And
Yes,
at
sir.
what point will we do a budget amendment to fund those expenses?
Well, I tried to do that when we were working with events, because I thought it was an appropriate time to make adjustments where we had those placeholders. We literally could do that at any point. I do not believe that it requires a budget amendment, because we allocate, and the budget ordinance indicates this, we allocated those funds to a singular line item called contingency. And the language in the budget says only council can reallocate from contingency to a line item.
Oh, so you're just saying we would have to vote on an allocation?
I think what we really need to do is to bring a list of those and say, staff is requesting a transfer from contingency to these line items in these amounts. And I think that is a one-time resolution by council, not a requirement to do 2 readings in a public hearing.
Okay, and then
And we did that very intentionally.
if we're gonna do that, can we not do that like on a quarterly basis?
We could, sure. I mean, we're now past the 50% mark. I mean, we're, for all practical
Hard to
purposes,
believe
we're
it.
through February, so,
Yeah.
so I've got March, April, May, and June, so we're,
Okay.
yeah. 2/3 of the way through the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions.
And so Jennifer, I think that's something, why don't we plan to do, and Sharon, that we would do an item under new business for budget transfers, and we would identify those and the amounts. We would be making a recommendation.
Sure.
Obviously, council's, purview to say, if I'm asking you to transfer $4,000
You've
to
only
cover
spent
what,
one.
now here's the deal, if we spent 4 and you say, no, I'm only giving you 1, well, we've already spent the 4, but,
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. And that will help come budgeting.
I am confident that the format of the budget, even if we stay inside QuickBooks, the format of the budget will look very different for you, not because anything in the old format is wrong. What I'm trying to set up with Jennifer is if we get a question about the budget, I have to go to our budget worksheets to find the answer. It's not in our budget. What I want to do is I want to be able to set up sales for every one of those accounts that we can put notes in those sales so that when we have a question about why did we put $15,000 in this line item, what was it intended for, I then can go one layer deeper and I can see exactly what those are for. And I'm not going back to a folder on my desk looking for the budget worksheets. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions for finance? Hearing none.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add, in addition, one of the things that Jennifer has discovered, and she and I have had great conversation about, is we have discovered that your financial statements are correct. What is being transferred out of our check register, which is what we publish, the amount that we are transferring from the check register for all expenses, the amount is correct. The check register report doesn't equal that amount that is correct, and we found out why. We do certain expenditures through drafts, primarily for utility payments. Utility payments by draft are not recorded in the check register because we don't write checks. They're drafts.
You would have to manually record.
We can manually record those, and we have discovered how we can disclose those identical in the check register report as well. And starting with your next report, that change will be there. The numbers will not change because again, expenses are being recorded correctly, but you would not see in that register where we made an X dollar payment for water or electricity or whatever. And I think we're only using drafts for utility charges. I don't think we're doing it for any other purpose. Oh, AFLAC, yes, for
asset.
Oh, asset. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So we do a draft on that one. Okay. But again, we can record it. It's just the check register wasn't picking those up because they were drafts. So I just wanted you to be aware that you'll see. You would not have even noticed that in the next month's report, but I wanted you to be aware we're always looking for ways to improve that reporting process. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any additional comments? Hearing none, it's back to you, sir, Town Manager.
All right. A couple of things that I would like to make you aware of tonight. Some of these are just general information. Some of these are looking for guidance in how you believe that we should proceed with some of these items. And so an example of that, am I getting feedback? It is from my seat, it really sounds like feedback.
No, you sound
No,
fine.
it's just me.
Yeah, you sound fine.
All right, wonderful, great. Now I'm losing my hearing. There's one more thing. So when we finished installing the camera system, that project that was authorized by council to move forward and implement that project, a couple of things have happened since we have completed that. We now have 128 cameras in our system. There's a couple of recommendations that our vendor has provided to us, and I agree with the recommendation. One of those is right now we administer the camera system through our network. And so that means that our financial, everything that we do, the cameras are mixed into that network. Well, cameras are very different than pure data. I mean, they're digitized images, and they require lots and lots and lots of space if you're running those through your network, which is in essence requiring that you were putting those onto a server. Well, one of the things that I recognized several months ago is that our primary server is at near capacity. And so when I look at it, it's over there dinging at 92, 93%. Well, what do I need to do? I'm either going to need to get an additional server, or I've got to figure out how to get some of that data off of that server and move over. The recommendation that's been made is that we would take the cameras off of the network and place them on a standalone server, which is primarily a Spectrum connection. It's just giving us a router and a modem. I mean, that's what we really would go to. And we would not run the cameras through our network system. I think it's an excellent idea. We're looking at pursuing that, reaching out to Spectrum to go that route. But I wanted you to be aware that's why we're moving in that direction, because I think it's going to be tremendously cost savings as compared to purchasing another server. And so we're moving in that direction. The other thing that we probably didn't recognize as we were making the decision to add the additional cameras in our system is what is our need for maintenance of that hardware. And so they've come forward and they've made a couple of proposals to us. They give us two options. One is primarily an option that gives certain inspections and certain reviews and testing of our equipment. Also gives warranty on our components that we just installed. And so these aren't large numbers, but I wanted you to be aware. We were quoted on option one, which is a 24-month program, at $375 a month. And then we were also quoted at a 60-month equipment warranty on all components installed for $725 per month. This is not an allocated expense in our current budget. And so my intent is to move. I believe it's appropriate to do the second option and get a 60-month warranty. This is equipment that we need to keep under warranty as long as we can. I think that that's appropriate. I'm going to bring that to you. I'll bring that to you as a recommendation. It will require me to appropriate $725 a month for the remainder of this year. But there would need to be an understanding that if we go that route, that I've got to budget it for 12 months in the next fiscal budget. Because I don't want to make an agreement that this is what we would do and then we terminate the agreement in June to go back to something else. Now, if it's, as you review the information, I'll send that to you. As you review the information, if it's your belief that the first option is more appropriate for us, that is perfectly fine. I'm going to go with the option that you ultimately say, yeah, I think this is what we want to do. But I think bang for the buck to get the most out of the equipment that we've made this investment in, I do think that the option two, giving us the 60-month, is a better option for us. And so I wanted you to be aware, and literally, this was brought to me today. And so that's why, you're literally getting it 3 hours, 4 hours after I got it. But I wanted you to be aware of what I'm working on with that. Any questions about that? Yeah, I got one. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, so $750 a month comes out to about, I don't know.
725, yep.
It was $725, all right, that's about $8,700 a year.
Right.
Give or take. Times 5. It's about $43,000, $44,000 over 5 years. Give or take. The first question I want to know is how much money do we have invested in totality in equipment? I mean, are we talking 100,000? Are we talking 200,000? Because I want to find out what percentage of the warranty are we willing to overlay over the initial investment. I'll get you there, Andre. Give me a second. I know you think I'm crazy.
No,
No. My question is, for this warranty, what do you get? Do you get total replacement? Do you get repair? You know, those are what manufacturer's warranty already comes with these cameras and all the equipment switches and whatnot that we're gonna overlay a warranty on.
Good questions.
So there's a point, and I don't necessarily know where it is in this particular question this proposal that you're going to bring us, where the warranty makes sense, and there's a point where it doesn't. I'd like to find out if you can, and the manufacturer should be able to tell you this, what percentage of cameras fail within the first 5 years? If it's very low, are you paying for something that you really don't need? You know, are you going to, if you spend $100,000 on cameras and it will cost you $45,000 to basically insure them, which I would assume would be for that level of pricing, complete replacement. Is it like replacement? Is it the next upgraded model? Is it what they have currently? What if those cameras no longer work with our system? Can you get your money back? You know, it's questions like that that I would want to have asked before I was willing to outlay $8,700 a year, of course prorated for whatever we have now. But if you're making a commitment now, while you're not binding a future council, indirectly, you kind of are, because if you paid it for 3 years, you're basically saying you're gonna do it for the next.
Well, all agreements are subject to appropriation.
No, I get that. No, that's why you have an annual budget passed on an annual basis for one time that covers 12 months. But it's like if you have a car warranty and your car's on its last leg and you've got 12 more months that you can pay on your car and you know it's gonna die, you pay the next 12 months.
Right.
So I understand. I want to see where we are and how much we've got in, and if it's worth it to undertake such an expense, because that's not chump change.
Good questions.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Driggers.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, a couple questions, if I may. Down Brock, same path, we have 128 cameras. We've kind of been here before. You know, you have cameras that aren't functioning and they're not compatible anymore because they're old. When the vendor was here last time, we need to replace. Okay, I get that. But warranty, what warranty do our current cameras have that are brand new, just installed? And I think part of Brock's question was, what part of that warranty is an overlay? What I mean by that is, they're warranted for 24 months, and I'm gonna sell you a 5-year extended warranty. So really what we're buying is 3 years. But you gotta be in for the first 2, or you can't buy the last 3.
Yeah. And a point that was made earlier is that, you know, every camera has a life expectancy. I mean, it's like a laptop computer. I mean, you know.
Probably worse.
It could be worse.
I mean, I'll bet you if we replace the cameras we just put in, there's a newer model out already.
Right.
I mean, cameras move at a pretty accelerated rate.
Yeah.
And you spoke of the server and wanting a camera. I'm assuming that would be cloud storage?
Yes.
And what portion of our current server, you may not know this, but what portion of our current server space is taken up with camera data?
I do not know that answer.
Okay.
But I imagine that we can get that pretty easily.
I just want to make sure.
Because they should be segregated to folders that are there, yeah.
So I just want to make sure if we go the Spectrum route.
Yep.
That, okay, Spectrum calls you and says, okay, your cameras are clear, and you look and we're still at, 84% capacity on our server.
Yep.
Maybe able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and upgrade or do whatever we need to do.
Yes, sir. We'll
That's
find
all.
that out.
Thank you.
Okay. Just as a reminder, your economic interest reports are due March 30th. Don't get caught in the 1 day late. If you need any assistance, to any regard relative to those ethics reports or economic interest reports, let us know. We'll be glad to assist in any way that we can. We just want to make sure that you get those submitted by March 30th. A lot of people get confused. It used to be tax day. It's not. It's now March 30th. I want to make sure everybody gets that.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got that. We'll set that over there. I want to talk to you for a few moments to get direction relative to the manor space. Many of you, I think almost everyone now, has had an opportunity to meet with William Louder. That's going relatively, it's going well. He's getting everything that he needs and moving forward with that. He's keeping me in the loop on that. One of the things, as that project moves forward, we'll be looking at, use policies as well. But we've had an example that's come up, and I'll either be told, well, yeah, Ed, that was an appropriate decision, that's fine, I'm glad you did it, or you're going to say, nope, you shouldn't have done that, and we wish you hadn't. And so that's where we are, because it's already happened. So, but I do want to let you know what's going on with that. We were approached by the staff at the Central Midlands Council of Governments, and we were asked, would we be willing to host a training for the Central Midlands COG here at our facility? Well, there is no provision for me to do that, other than the fact that I did that. And so I want you to be aware that I have partnered with the Central Midlands Council of Government, and the trade for them is that they will allow us to have as many people at that training as we would like to have at no cost for the training. They will waive the training fee. It's planning and zoning. It's planning and zoning training. And so this would be at staff level or for boards and commissions or council members that may be interested in learning more about the mechanics of planning and zoning. And so we have partnered with them. The way that I have approached that is that we are a sponsor of the event, and in exchange for that sponsorship, we provide space and they provide registrations. And they have use of our facility. It's going to be for a meeting that's like 5 to 7 on a Thursday night. I think it's something like that. It's in March that's coming up. But those are the very things that we're going to get questions about. I had an inquiry this week from Richland County. And so historically, we have provided some space for either elected officials or for certain meetings that would happen relative to Richland County government. I just need to make sure, as we're working through getting us to a policy level on this, that you're okay with the direction that I'm using on the sponsorship side, that we get value.
Sure.
Or if you're not, I need to be aware of that, because I don't want to be contrary to what you think we should or shouldn't be doing.
The final report that Mr. Louder presents will clearly backfill some of those voids.
Yes.
Representative Barron had an informational session maybe last week, week before last. How was that handled?
I do not know. It did not come through me. I was not involved in that in any regard.
Mr. Mayor, do you know?
No, sir. I'm not involved in anything at the manor.
I don't know if it was scheduled in advance and it was on the calendar. I can honestly, I can find out.
Yeah.
I
would assume Richland County didn't pay for that.
I would assume that they did not.
Can you ask
Ms. Kim.
Ms. Kim?
Ms. Kim. Somewhere in the middle.
She's caught between the doors.
Yep.
There she is.
Question for you, Ms. Kim.
Ms. Kim, this past, it's been a week or so, maybe a couple weeks ago, Ms. Cooper held a Richland County last week. how is that handled for billing or rental or?
How is it handled in
Was
regard?
Did we charge?
reservation and did we charge?
Okay, can I interject here just to add a point that I think that council needs to consider? We pay to use this facility for our government work. Should others pay to use this facility for their government work? It's just a question.
It's a good question.
I'm not saying yay or nay, but it's a fair question.
That is fair.
Yeah.
I mean, to consider.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working with I've
Thank
worked
you,
with
Ms.
Kim, and I'm working on an issue where one of our local television stations wanted to do an event in our facility, and we have negotiated an agreement with them that they're going to do some marketing commercials for us.
Oh, nice.
And in exchange for that, we're providing space. So we're swapping value. So we're doing those types of things.
Nice.
So.
And great, I love those kind of things. And just like the municipal association. I mean, Kurt can be sitting here and he didn't pay a registration. Boards and commissions, it would be open to them. And we're a member of the COG, so it's a good thing.
Yeah,
on the media swap, those kind of ideas, is it your goal to hit almost what a rental fee would be?
In value?
In value?
The best that we could. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I would like for the value to be as equal as we could get.
Okay.
Yeah, and so for example, when I met with the Chamber of Commerce, I had a conversation with them that said, hey, look, you know, if you sell sponsorships to certain things, and you've got a sponsorship that costs $5,000, and if I trade space and I'm allowed to get that level of sponsorship with the perks that that level of sponsorship gets, name recognition, this, that, tickets, whatever that may be, I feel good about those types of things because they, you know, sometimes sponsoring each other is a great way to help each other do what we're trying to achieve. And so I'm confident that you will see those types of things in the policy that ultimately that would come out of that. But at the same time, I have current things happening that are happening. So the last question that I got is that we actually got a call from, I think it was Richland County, Lexington, Richland.
Yes.
And
Housing Authority.
yeah, so somebody, they made a request, and so Kim said, you know, what should I say? And what I told her, I said, please have them contact me. You know, because maybe we need to trade out some value and to do that. And so some meetings are held during the day, and we don't have to bring in additional staff or here. The lights are on. You know, maybe we do have a rental fee for that type of time frame, but is there additional cost to us for those time frames? Perhaps not. And so just want to get a feel for how we do that. And yes, there is an appropriation in our budget for the use of the space, but I do know that year end last year, we did not make that transfer.
Why?
I don't know why.
Well, where are you making the transfer to? Line item to line item because we're in.
Well, we're taking it as an expense, as a budget expense and applying it to a revenue. And because we're not an enterprise.
Still gonna be a wash.
It's a complete wash.
So the $24,000 we budgeted this year, if you don't make that transfer, it's gonna be a wash
It's a
until we operate it
complete
as
wash.
an enterprise fund.
Exactly.
All right, well,
Yeah.
saved you a keen and entry, Jennifer.
Yeah, yeah. And so, and yes, and I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, we will be proposing to set this facility up as an enterprise fund beginning July 1.
Love it.
Let's go.
Yeah. So it's the intent moving
Miss
forward.
Jennifer, Miss Kim, I don't want to miss the opportunity to thank you for what you do. I know we're understaffed here, there's a lot on you and Walt. This council, that's not lost on us. I appreciate what you do.
Yes, absolutely.
And
Okay.
to that end, As you, with William, as you push through that, and I only bring this up because I know what we're getting ready to head into. I know the doors are getting ready to open, and the brides are getting ready to come, and the festivals are getting ready to come. Can we proactively look at more help, because we have the means within the budget, so we're prepared for that before the busy season hits?
Yes, and I think while the recommendation will have staffing levels identified in the study, I think we will all would agree that currently we're understaffed, and we need some relief for, Kim works a lot. And so we need some relief to be able to assist our folks who are here all the time.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I'm very comfortable moving forward with that, recognizing that it'll be addressed in the final study. But it'd be nice if we don't have to, it'd be nice if we don't have to wait, because we do have the resources.
We have the resources
to do that.
Yeah.
Very good. So I understand that. Just as a follow-up, last meeting, we talked about the inclement weather policy, said that we'll be bringing that back. We're getting copies of policies from a couple of other places. I'm still of the position that I think no policy may be our better avenue relative to that, and we make decisions as we go forward. But I want to make sure we're all on the same page, and we're spending time on that. I am going to be asking council to conduct a special meeting. I'm asking you to consider allowing us to meet on March the 9th. And so tonight, I wanted to ask you if your schedules would allow for that date. There's two primary items that I would like to review on March the 9th. One is an updated report from William Louder relative to his work on the Manor project. I'd like him to bring you up to speed on where he is and where that's going. And then I would also like to spend time with you discussing the manager search. The initial deadline for applications for cover letters and resumes is March the 1st. It says in everything we've posted that it is open until filled, and we'll continue to move in that direction. But I'd like to bring a report to you by the 9th to say, this is our pool that we have now, and go ahead and let you know how I am evaluating those that have come in, and you give me direction on that process. I do believe that some of that will need to be conducted in executive session, and it's only because we will be dealing with names of individuals, and we're far, far, far away from being at finalist stage. And so some parts of that meeting would need to be in executive session. But the 9th, if you are available, I would really like to try to get you in for us to, because I just don't want to wait till the end of March to do that. I think we need to keep things moving.
I'm good for this.
I'm good. Consensus?
Yes.
Is there a time that works better? Do you want to start earlier because it's a special meeting? Do you want just,
How long of a meeting is it?
I think this is
Could we do it
probably an hour and a half.
Oh, no, it could be regular time, yeah.
Yeah, I think about an hour and a half.
6 o'clock, yeah,
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
Yeah, okay, very good. So,
Six, consensus of six.
6.
Yes.
very good. We'll get
Excuse me,
that
does this
scheduled.
replace the item for tonight in executive session?
No,
Okay.
no. That in executive session involves me.
Oh, excuse me, I couldn't read properly.
Yes. The 9th, is it available? It's the piece that I always forget.
Well, worst case scenario, we can always have it at town hall.
We could, because no other folks would be involved in that. I mean, Mr. Louder would come in.
Because it's
and
just
I'd share
executive
with you.
session, correct?
Yep. Yep.
Mainly.
Yeah. So we certainly can do that, but we'll see if we're available here. So thank you for allowing us to do that. I think it'll get information in your hands and allow us to move quicker through both processes.
Mr. Triggers, just
Yes.
real quick, since it is executive session only, I would actually recommend that we do have it at town hall. even if the manor's available, because it simply would save us money. We wouldn't have to have any set up and tear down, anything of that nature.
We could certainly do that.
Does anybody object to that? Makes it easy. Then we don't have to worry about
Very good.
scheduling.
So we would,
labor.
yep.
Let's do town hall.
Yeah. The thing that I want to be careful of is I want to make sure that the report that Mr. Louder would be bringing to us is a qualified purpose under executive session for us to do that. So I will meet with him to talk about what that report needs to be regarding.
It would fall under economic development, I believe.
Well, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. It could be contractual, it could be economic development, it could be personnel. I think there's various pieces of each of these that it would be a qualified use. I'll consult with our town attorney on that to make sure that it is a qualified use. But yeah, we just want to make sure that it is.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Mr. Louder anticipate going into a phase 3 or phase 4 when we hired him and agreed to the dollar amount that we agreed to? That was for phase 1 and phase 2, and I was just wondering what the update was on his progress. Does he believe that we'll have to go into a phase 3 or 4?
And that will be part of what you'll receive on the 9th. Yes, ma'am. That is indeed part of where he is at this point, to say, this is what I know, this is where we are, this is what I believe we can do with the data we have. And as we agreed to make sure that we didn't have excess expenses associated with that, is to do that in pieces and only proceeding if council gives instruction to proceed to do additional work.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. The last, well, no, it's not the last thing. Another thing that I needed for some clarification on is in our budget, we appropriate dollars for council travel and training. We do not appropriate those dollars for individuals. So there's not an amount for each individual member of council. There's not an amount for the mayor. It doesn't specify that it's for the municipal association or for any other purpose for that to be done. We appropriate $15,000 in our budget for travel and training for council, including the mayor, obviously. We have expended this year $3,598 as of our current report. We will have expenditures in year end for reservations for the municipal association, summer meeting, and those types of things. And so we know that. I just need some general direction of what has historically been your methodology of, if someone says, hey, I'd like to go to this training, if there's dollars in the budget, do we do that? If there's not dollars, do we say no? How have you traditionally handled what's approved and not approved?
Mayor and I are kind of looking at each other like,
Go ahead.
I think historically, the only training that that everyone is kind of, and not everybody goes, because I'll be the first to admit I don't go every year, is the annual Municipal Association Conference. Outside of that, there hasn't really been a lot of trainings that I can recall that individuals have done, or quite frankly, Mr. Drigger's been offered. We're just not really aware of a lot of trainings.
Yeah.
So you could, if you decided to take a little time, figure out what opportunities there are out there and bring them back. I don't think anybody would say no.
Yeah, I think my only point there is it should be open to all council members.
Agreed.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and if it's a benefit, just like the municipal association, here is a conference, it's offered these dates to these dates. All council members are open to go get this training if you want to go.
Right. Right.
So, Mr. Driggers, I'll add to that. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice again. If you go back, and I'm not picking on her, but I think Ms. Page, when she was on council, I remember seeing she would go to, if she found something.
She
I
went to
think some of
economic
the thing
development,
is,
she took
she
economic
would-
development classes, she took.
She would
Yep.
find, if she found something that
Yep.
she thought was beneficial to her in this role, she would request.
And those were legitimate trainings,
Mhm.
absolutely.
So I think I think it would be kind of hard to kind of pinpoint like what would be Ms. Fripp would be interested in, but the municipal association do a good job on the broader screen for us. But I think with Ms. Page, she was finding all these other different things out, and it was beneficial to her, she felt, for this role.
Exactly, and so we can pretty easily determine if every member of council went to the summer training session, we can calculate what that would cost if 5 people went to that meeting. We can calculate what it's gonna cost if everybody goes to the winter meeting for the Municipal Elected Officials Institute or for Legislative Action Day. We know what those pretty much are. There are things that are outside of that. So for example, someone may say, I would like to take the Economic Development Institute and go get training that's not provided through the Municipal Association, but is provided through the South Carolina Economic Development Council. Hey, that's fine. I just want to make sure when someone asks me, hey, I've seen this, I may be interested in doing that. Do we have resources to do that?
So
today, I would look at the budget and I'd go, I think we're fine. We've got 5 and we've spent less than 4.
So here's going to be, and I just leaned over to Councilman Brock. So I'll give you guys an example, and I turn them down all the time, but other mayors in the area may go to like the economic conferences in DC and being part of those conversations and meet with your federal legislators and things like that. Always turn them down. I have never come in and asked, but I seen one and I said, well, that would be kind of interesting where we at with the automobile manufacturer. And I know mayor close to us here goes to those pieces. So I went and asked Mr. Driggers, like, do we have budget money for that? Because to Brock's point, we really have never just went to things outside of the municipal association. So not that I'm trying to go to it, but that's an example of some of the things that may not be.
Sure.
It's just those networks that they just send those to. So.
Yeah. Now I will, and to let you know that when we prepare a proposed budget for next year, in that budget, I will actually request an allocation for each individual. Per council member. So, and then if someone, and the way I've kind of handled that in the past is I've had council members who don't go to some things and others who want to do more. And I've just kind of always said, well, go over and talk to the one who hasn't spent any money and say, I need $1,000 of your money. Is that okay? And so we can manage it. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to have a situation that so got 5 of us. If we broke that down, that would be $3,000 per person. And so is that really what we need or don't need? I don't know the answer to that. But I wanted to make sure that if one person spends $1,000 and another person spends $5,000, if I approve that as an expenditure, because it's available in the budget, I just needed to know, have y'all had past experience of dealing with this that I need to be aware of? Okay?
No, sir.
Very good. Then that helps me in being able to move forward with that. Very good. I indicated that I wanted to bring to you an update, a report relative to a lot of questions that we were getting, I guess 2 items. And one of these is an agenda item, and so I'll be very conscious to make sure that in the agenda item concerning FOIA compliance and related fees, that obviously is in the agenda, and we'll have some discussion on that. I'm going to give you some background relative to both the Juneteenth event, where there's been a lot of questions about what do we know, what's happened, what's going on with that. And then I'll segue into the FOIA side of that and then stop until you get to that point in the agenda to give direction on how we should proceed, if that is acceptable to you folks.
Do you all want to, can we do a consensus to kind of, or do we need to go back to amend the agenda if we want to just go to item C, Pete?
Well, at least the Juneteenth, well, I guess you can cover it either way. Whatever y'all want me to do. Whatever you want me to do.
Just trying to make it simple, if you're going into that now.
Yeah.
Or do you want to wait?
I'm good with him going on.
Sir?
I'm good with him continuing and
Okay.
breaking it up,
Okay.
kind of how he has it in his
Y'all
head.
good?
It's fine.
Very good.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Allow me to collect my thoughts for just a moment, because
Is it up here?
I'm very fearful. It's got to be. Thank you. No, that's not it.
There's another one.
I had detailed notes on that sitting on this table, and they're no longer here. Mr. Mayor, may I have just a moment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Take a quick recess. We'll take a recess till you gather what's needed. Consensus, recess?
Recess.
All right, thank you. We'll take a recess, Ms. Durst, at 8:30.
Yes, you did. Yes. Yes, Pete found it. Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do is to do this in a timeline fashion so that we know how we got to where we are. And so let me start here and it's saying that in our 2024-2025 budget, council appropriated $25,000 for the Juneteenth event. And so that was approved in the budget for the 24-25 budget, the prior year. Okay? It was budgeted as a town event. The thinking at that time is that that event would have been planned and held by our internal staff. And at that time, that would have been Fred that was here at the Manor, and that would have been Jordan at Town Hall. That the two of those would have planned the event. Okay. In March of 2025, Jordan was requested to provide a check to Universal CMG to plan and conduct the event. And that would have been at 80% of the $25,000. So we had a pay request that was submitted at the request of the mayor, okay?
Can we ask you?
Absolutely.
Dates.
We approved it in the 2024, 2025 budget.
Which,
So the 25 budget.
yeah, which would have been
Juneteenth for 25.
correct,
Okay. We approved $25,000.
correct,
It was a town-run event, just like 4th of July.
correct,
Okay. March of 2025,
correct,
Jordan requested $20,000
to be paid to Universal CMG to conduct the Juneteenth event, okay?
Okay.
And
Here's my question. So we were treating that, not we, the mayor was treating that as an H-tax applicant event at that time.
I can't speak to that. I don't know what the basis of the decision. I can only tell you what occurred.
All right, Mr. Mayor, were you treating that as an H-tax applicant event in March of 25 by requesting $20,000 go to Universal?
I was requesting that as a event from the town to do Juneteenth.
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand that. But my question is around, do we have a deposit request from Universal for $20,000?
No,
And we
An
get,
application?
yeah.
no.
So we were, Mr. Mayor, at least to council, you were treating that as an H-tax applicant event, no different than we would treat Rib Fest. Is that correct?
Yes.
But we were doing so with no application,
Correct.
and we were doing so with no approval from this council.
Other than the appropriation of the
appropriations.
funds.
That appropriation was like rock and red, white, and blue for a town-sponsored event.
I don't dispute that in any regard.
So
It's my belief that that's how it was intended.
So we purposely broke our own ordinance, because we know first-time events through H-tax only qualify for so much money.
$7,500 for its first event.
And we gave a $20,000 check. So why did we do that? And I'm not asking you, Mr. Mayor, why did we do that?
To conduct the Juneteenth event.
So you break an ordinance to conduct an event.
I sent it to, so here's the thing, so we say we're breaking it, and bear with me because I'm losing my voice again. I sent it up the chain as I done any and everything in the past because I don't send nothing up. And it went through finance to clear. So finance cleared it, approved it, wrote it in. With the intent of holding a Juneteenth event for the town of Blythewood.
I guess the
understand that.
difference would be if it was being done as H-tax or if it was being done as a town-sponsored event. That, I think, makes all the difference, because if it was an H-tax type event, then it would have had to have an application and come before council.
Correct.
If it was a town-sponsored event, then Jordan Fred would have
Put it
handled
on.
it.
But you can't cross the railroad track and say, I ran it up the chain. You are the chain at that point.
Well, no, you got staff, so staff checks you too. And
Yeah,
staff
but
would
they're
check
not
me all
in
the
your
time.
chain, but they're not in your chain. They can't tell you yes or no.
Yes, they could. Yes,
Well,
they could. And they
obviously
did
they
all the
haven't
time,
for a
and
lot
they
of
did a
things,
lot.
so,
They did a
no.
lot. So trust and believe me.
All right, so
They said that a
Well, we
lot
trust
of
and
times and no.
when you requested the $20,000 for Universal, who was that request made to?
That was sent up to Jordan. Jordan sent it to, Ed got the email chain.
Yeah,
I don't have that email chain.
There's an email to Jordan that says, I'm approving the check request for Universal CMG World Entertainment for 80% of $25,000. Let me know if you need anything else.
Who is that from?
That was from
That's
the
from
mayor
me.
to Jordan.
Okay,
So
that's
Jordan
my
then
point.
has no, she's not in the chain.
You're
'cause you
approving,
literally-
you're
right.
Jordan's boss.
Right. She has no
And then
authority to tell you
keep
no.
going, Ed,
Okay.
because the email chain.
And then the email chain, Jordan's question back was, thank you, we need a couple more things for me to fill out the check request. See below, need the payee address, point of contact, email, phone number. The response to that was, Julie should have this information on file. They provided the entertainment for the Christmas party, and Julie replied with the name Universal CMG World Entertainment, Post Office Box, Columbia, Edward Strader, and a phone number. So she provided that was requested to do that. And so,
And
so repeatedly, we've been asked, was there an application? No, there
Okay.
was no application.
And I think the mayor requested $20,000 from a subordinate, and the subordinate said, I need a couple more pieces of information. And he sent her to another subordinate who actually answered the question the same way to the same point that we're making here tonight. If Universal and Edward Strader provided the entertainment for the Christmas party, so we had his address, he didn't provide the Christmas party. He didn't provide the food. He didn't provide the decorations. He provided the door prizes, as we found out, but he was paid for the music. Yet here we switch tracks for Juneteenth. We deviate from a Christmas party, and we write him a $20,000 check with no H-tax application and say he's putting on the full event.
And so if I may continue, I'm giving you the chronological order of what has occurred.
Okay.
Okay. May I insert that on March 24th, 2025, I was not here. I wasn't involved in this in any regard. And so we're pulling records to find out what we have. And so we've been asked under a Freedom of Information request, was there an application? The answer is no. I cannot provide an application because one did not exist.
Did we present that to the media formally, or you're just saying that this evening, that there's no application for that FOIA request?
I am saying that this evening.
Okay. Because I think that you received that request in December, whether or not.
And I'm glad to address the FOIA when we get to that piece, if I may. Okay, so then on April 30th of 2025, council in this session canceled outdoor nighttime events, and I want to be careful because you did receive a confidential and privileged communication from your attorney, and I'm just going to ask you a question. This is the language that you used here. Is that appropriate for me to say? Actual or constructive? No.
Sure.
Okay.
Just talking about.
Okay. Yeah, so the question was, were they notified? Yes, they were notified. So on 4/30/25, council canceled that event, and in a subsequent communication that I'll get to, there was a comment made by our town attorney that notification to them was either actual or constructive notice. Okay, So they were
Well,
notified.
And just my point there real quick was that by council taking some public action, I think it's established in South Carolina law that a person out there has at least constructive notice of what council did publicly. Because that person can go and look up council minutes or figure out what happened. So that's why I say either actual or constructive notice.
Okay. So so then at that point, nothing is happening. We get to October 15th of 2025, and Ms. Langland Jordan makes a report to council relative to all of our events.
Just one insertion. And I want to make sure I'm correct. March 25, Jordan requests 20 grand. It goes through the mayor, back to Julie, back to Jordan, back to Julie. It's written.
Correct.
In March.
Correct.
April 30th, and Mr. Mayor, I know to your point, you like to use canceled, and the motion, as you pointed out last night, the motion was made to cancel the events for 2025. But in that same discussion, I made the motion, and we have postponed events. Now, in the budget year that we were dealing with, which was 2025, we had to cancel, or we should have canceled, correct word, the events that were in the budget for 2025. All other events have been postponed because they hadn't even been budgeted for at that point. So we can swap those words however you want, but my motion was to cancel Movies in the Park, Rockin' Red, White, and Blue, and Juneteenth for the budgeted year of 2025, and it passed 4-1. And to Pete's point, if that is our written notice to a vendor, I guess that would, and you were here then, Ed, correct?
Yes.
Oh, there goes
Yes.
your get out of jail free card.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, after the meeting on April 30th, did you have conversation with Universal after that meeting?
I always do, because that's one of I value his input on economic development.
All right, if you had a conversation with Universal on April 30th, May 1st, they deposited our $20,000 check. Is that correct, Ed?
Yes.
All right. And that is just happenstance? Especially if you possibly talked to him on April 30th?
I don't work for Universal. It's no different than past relationships you may have with, like, the rodeo. I mean, it's no different. I don't work for them like you don't work for the rodeo.
And so, Jordan comes before council because we're trying to determine how do we move forward. What have we appropriated dollars for? What do we have? Have we spent anything? Do we have events that are coming up at Christmas that we feel like we need to move forward with? We had the parade, we had the tree lighting ceremony, we had other
Purple Heart,
things.
you had
Yeah,
lots.
and so she provided a report to me that I shared with council to that. And in that report, specific to the Juneteenth event, it was a report that identified all of our events, but specific to the Juneteenth event, what seems to have gotten the attention was she provided in that statement, at the end of her report, says, I am not sure where that money is now. Okay. That obviously that received a reaction, some questions about that, and again, what we can tell you is that we don't know the answer to that. We provided an appropriation out of a budgeted line item. Whether it was proper or improper, or what, I mean, that's, you know, I'm giving you the facts. This is what we did. And so she brought that report forward in October. That came forward on October the 15th. And then basically in the month of November, there were several media accounts relative to questions that were being asked about that. We had council members that were inquiring of our legal counsel, you know, what can be done, what can't be done. And so there was a lot of activity relative to this back in November. And then on December the 12th, we received a demand letter. Now, a demand letter isn't something that I would typically share outside of confidential interaction and communications with our attorney and with counsel. But it was also served on a member of the media and a member of this council. Okay? So, and a whole lot of trying to protect that letter, right?
Right.
Okay. Not a lot that can be done about that. And so that letter came to us on 12/12, and following that, there was an inquiry by Councilman Brock with questions of our attorney relative to that. So on January the 7th, you received a confidential and privileged communication from your town attorney that went through all the details of this event.
Right.
Very similar to the same way that I have just shared with you. But in addition to what I've shared, he also communicated with you legal strategy. That is why that communication is privileged and confidential. Because we may have to represent the town of Blythewood in a claim. And if we do...
An employee and a councilman.
Well, yes, no matter, yes, on our side.
Yeah, two.
It could, yeah. And so that communication needed to remain privileged and confidential. And I've communicated that clearly with our town attorney. He and I are on the same page with that. And by no means would I be sharing tonight the content of that letter, but much of the content of that letter that each of you has answered the questions that we are being repeatedly asked, because they were answered in his communication on January the 7th.
You lost me, but that's...
Yeah,
You want to know if there was an application? In his communication, he told you, no application.
well, you're telling us as well.
Well, I'm telling you as well, but you
But we already knew.
You already knew.
We knew
Yeah,
based
you-
on that, yeah.
Right, you knew. And you also knew, and again, I'm not getting into the privileged or confidential pieces. I'm trying to be very careful with that.
Well, I don't think facts are privileged. Facts are the facts.
Okay.
But certainly what is privileged is my analysis of the facts and the legal strategies that may apply to those facts.
Right. If we have to defend ourselves in any type of legal action. And so, and you're right, the facts of that are the facts. And so it was communicated in that letter that there was no application and that there was no contract. So we knew.
Can I ask something off? And you may tell me I'm jumping ahead, but in the FOIA request, was that question asked and did you answer that? In other words, yeah, was that open to FOIA, that there was no application? Was that answered? Or I'm jumping ahead?
No, you're correct. It was not answered in a response to the FOIA request.
Okay.
And I'm not the best person to speak to the FOIA request. The communication on the FOIA request was from our town attorney to the person requesting.
Got it, okay.
On
And-
your, and I may be
And
jumping
there were
into-
3 requests in that.
And so January 7th, we received the confidential briefing.
Correct.
When did you receive the FOIA?
December 19th.
December 19th, is that
So-
correct? Okay.
Okay, so prior to our meeting? Yes.
Well, that wasn't the meeting in December, you mean?
No, the January confidential briefing.
Well, again, then that was sent to you electronically, it wasn't a meeting.
Oh, that's right, that's right. We
Yeah.
didn't have a meeting, okay.
Yeah, so that was sent as digitally
So
to
two
you.
of the questions in the FOIA could have been answered without the assistance of our technology group, whether or not there was an application.
Correct.
And there was one more, and it just
And do
escapes
we
me
have a
right now.
contract?
Thank you.
And we don't. Okay. So we fast forward to January, so again, that was January 7th, January 26th. I reported to council of the fees to retrieve the emails to or from the town that had been requested. And that was the conversation, that we're all well aware of.
500 versus 250.
500 versus 300 or
And
150
the
an hour.
500 in January was our third parties.
The 500, the initial report of the 500 was a verbal communication that I had with ATG. They said, it'll be $500 to do that research. Sharon subsequently reported that she needed to do a search on some emails and that we were quoted $150 an hour for a minimum of 2 hours. Okay. And there was the conflict in the amounts. Okay. And I have addressed that with our vendor to say, hey, we're given 2 different amounts. And his response to me, and I accept the response, his response was, Ed, we were on the phone, you asked me what it would cover. He goes, I thought it was about 500, that's what I said. If we've done it for less than that before, of course we would honor that. And so that's where that conversation went. And so then we come in to our meeting. So we were at our last meeting, and there was no action of council to instruct us to do anything other, no agreement by council. Nobody said, hey, I agree exactly with what you're doing. But there was no action by council to instruct us to do anything different. Now, I remember it vividly because I read a headline that says, council kicks the can down the road again. Yeah, y'all read that.
What did you say? Could you just clarify what council did not
Council did.
verbalize or orally?
Council took no action.
On what?
On the issue relative to the fees for the Freedom of Information request. We advised council of what was communicated. You were aware of all the media reports related to that. And we had discussion about what we needed to be forward. And what I communicated with you is that I would follow up with our vendor to determine, are there ways that we can either bake it in, which was a comment that was made. Do we bake it in? Is it charged some other way? And his response has been, and as your manager, I do not disagree with his response that says, if I'm doing work outside of the scope of my work relative to your IT equipment and service, should I be compensated if I do that work? And my response was, yes, I do believe you should be compensated. Because if I were to ask any business person, if I ask you to do something for me outside of anything that we've had an agreement for, should I expect I'm going to get a bill for that? Reasonably, yes.
An itemized bill would be appropriate.
Perhaps,
I believe that-
perhaps,
I believe-
perhaps.
Okay.
I don't disagree.
Can I make another comment or not?
Of course,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay. I believe during that meeting, I think I was here, and I did say I wouldn't purchase something for $500 if I didn't know what it was for. And so if we have an agreement with them, and I think we could look at their contract, I just wouldn't have a casual conversation on the phone and say, oh yeah, $500, that sounds good, and then all of a sudden we tell the person inquiring or filing the FOIA, it's our responsibility, not theirs, to fulfill the FOIA request. So I'm not pleased with how this conversation occurred.
Understood.
Okay.
I got it. I know you're not happy.
Well, then where are we today with it then? Did he send an itemization of the number of bytes, or you say 2 hours? How do we know? I mean, I could pull my 2023 emails from my workplace in 30 minutes.
And so our response may be that we don't think a minimum 2 hours to do a search is a reasonable amount of money, and that's the conversation that I shared with you. I'll take it off, I don't care.
It's that mic.
Okay.
That one's on.
See, I was getting feedback. Yeah.
Ever so little. It's because your ears are so good.
Yeah, I knew I was getting feedback, and y'all made me feel old.
Law requires us to provide that information to the requester, the person that is filing the FOIA. I believe we are bound by the law to provide an itemization of the amount of money that we want to charge, as opposed to holding them hostage and asking them for a down payment on something we really don't even know what it is, because we haven't actually requested it. It was based on a phone call that you had with him.
And I respect your opinion. I don't agree with it, but I respect it. I think what the law says is that we are entitled to recoup actual expenses to retrieve data. That's what I believe the Freedom of Information says. Because this is a request, and I'm going to correct something here as well. Contrary to what was reported, I never said to you that we could not retrieve information from an employee because of a privacy issue. I never made that comment. Now, it showed up in the newspaper a couple of times that I said it, but I never said it.
Now,
I never said it.
Question. Just hold
I
on a
never
second.
said it.
You did state that you could not pull emails from the 5 of us at the dais because of privacy concerns, correct?
I did not.
Okay, why couldn't you pull
I did not
our
say
email?
that.
Okay, why did you say that our emails couldn't be pulled internally?
Because we don't have
the service.
I don't have the ability to do that.
Well, that might
not
be,
because of privacy.
Okay,
know,
fair enough.
how's
I
the server?
misunderstood.
Yeah.
That might be the issue we need to remedy.
Yeah, and that may be an issue that we need to try to remedy, because, and the point that I said, that it may not be effective. Because again, I went back and I looked at all the meetings. I watched all the video. I looked at all the comments that were made. You know, I'm pretty familiar, and I know the law. I know that the employee has no expectation of privacy related to use of public resources. There's no expectation, and our employees know that.
So, Ed, and between you and Pete, you'll know the answer to this. Is it incumbent upon us as the town? What was FOIA'd are on our employees' computers, correct?
Could be.
Could be.
Because what we were asked for are emails to and from.
To and from.
Right.
So is it incumbent upon the town to say, Sloan, and I don't know who all was included in that FOIA, but I think it was Sloan and Sharon, you may have been, and Jordan, and you.
Right.
Could our individual employees not search their emails and say, here's what I sent and received?
And yes.
But did we?
Jordan searched hers. I searched mine. And Sharon searched hers. She actually had it conducted through the third party.
Yep.
Okay?
Because it was hers.
And so the point that I made at that meeting was that it may not be the most effective way to answer a FOIA request, because when you go to an individual and ask the individual to pull it, I am completely at the mercy of that individual giving me everything they may or may not have.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I have no way of knowing. So to accurately respond to the Freedom of Information request, we asked the vendor to do that search.
Even though 3 out of the 4 that were FOIA did their own search.
They did their own search, but I still would include them because the request.
In the vendor search.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would not have excluded that.
Because both of y'all got the same question. So what Ed just said was my fear from that whole FOIA piece, was I did not want to touch my emails. I wanted staff to handle that, to go through the proper channel so that nothing comes back and say, well, Mr. Mayor, I think you didn't give me everything. So the mayor doesn't touch anything.
I understood, but that's an easy,
I understand.
The damn FOIA.
What, hold up, time out. It ain't, and you're taking it, no.
No, it is
No,
just that.
no, we got to stop, please.
No, you got to stop.
Please, no, please.
Ah.
God,
Yeah.
I'm calling them too. But here's
No,
what,
you
here's,
go on social
oh,
media.
no,
on
time out.
social
If you
media
want to
and
talk
do all
about
that.
social media, we'll talk after.
Answer the
But
FOIA,
let me,
or get us sued again.
well, sue, but let me answer the question. If you're not gonna let me answer the question, I'm gonna sit up here and just be quiet. Because I went to staff. Well, guess what? Then sue me.
I ain't suing you,
Sue me.
but we're better off being quiet.
Really?
If
Really?
you'd been quiet before you sent the $20,000
No, hold on, man.
check,
No.
we'd be better off.
Well, that's all right then. Sue me. But I'm going to answer the question whether you believe me or not, because staff know my concern to every bit of staff is that if I turn in a document, you will not believe that I gave the actual document. And internally, look at Ed. Mr. Driggers, how have I came to you about this? I'm not touching documents because I fear.
Email, Mr. Mayor.
No.
It's not a document, it's your email.
First and foremost.
I wouldn't pull my own emails either.
First and foremost.
I wouldn't, because for me, I wouldn't, because again, I'm trying to.
I get it, but.
I mean, I know you're frustrated, but I'm actually.
No, I know.
I'm saying, because I would not want that shadow over me to say, I didn't give you all of the information. Of course, it would be expedient for me to just go in my email and in 5 minutes pull it, but what if somebody questions and says, well, Andre didn't give all of it, or no, I think there's more to it.
Thus, the response that said, I don't think that is the most effective way to provide documents under a.
Question. I got a Freedom of Information request last week, and I answered it in 2 seconds. Is ATG pulling my email to answer that FOIA request?
Are you saying that actually happened?
Absolutely, it actually happened.
Well, you can't be served a FOIA request as an individual.
I think everybody on council was served.
No, you serve the body, you serve the town. You don't serve FOIA requests to individuals.
I don't know if I agree with that, actually, because we were, well, that's okay. We can agree to disagree.
Yeah, exactly.
Did anybody else get a FOIA request last week?
I did not.
I did not.
And any time in the past, Councilman McKendrick, any time in the past FOIA requests came in, if Ms. Ball sent it, I sent it directly to our attorney, CC'd the administrator.
And while everything isn't handled perfectly all the time, I am not defending any missteps. But we do have a process that is in place that Ms. Durst manages. Freedom of Information requests come to her. That's what it says in our policy. It's what it says on our website, that those requests go to her. She has a book. She logs those in. Most of the time, those requests can be satisfied very, very quickly. It's somebody wants a copy of something, somebody wants, I mean, those are very easy requests to make.
So if someone FOIA'd, and Sharon got it, and it said, hey, I need to see the email that Councilwoman Fripp sent, whatever, whatnot, what would you do, Sharon?
I respond back to them and I'll, I received their FOIA request, and I will get back with them to let them know next steps, and then I will send it to Ms. Drew.
So then would you then contact me and say, hey, can you pull this email, they're requesting this, or would you then go to, what's it, AGT or whatever?
Well, I've only had one request in my time here for emails. This is it.
Okay. I'm looking at an email from you
Look at me.
that came through
Okay.
Sharon
I'm
on
sorry?
a FOIA request to me from the Post and Courier last week.
Oh, did I get that? Hold on.
I can't be the only one that got it. I mean,
Hold on.
Sharon,
The Post and Courier requested, and they requested
emails. From the town and town employees.
Oh, I recall that now. Yeah. Yeah, I
Who
mean,
said-
But they sent that to
No,
me,
that-
saying, if you have emails, let me know.
no, I sent that to you.
Understood,
Yeah.
that's my question.
Yes, I sent that to you.
Yeah, the request wasn't made to you directly.
This was-
It was us responding.
No, but my records were FOIA'd. You responded, our
Yes.
attorney said to me, do you
Yes.
have anything? I answered him.
Yes.
It didn't go to ATG. I told you, I don't have any emails.
Very, very different situation.
I think that's BS. It's not a very different
I
situation.
think it is. We're talking about a very short frame of time with the request that came in last week. The request that we're talking about right now goes all the way back to November of 2023.
Understood. And if you
and-
search your emails, you can't find emails from 2023 to today?
I don't know. I mean, I assume.
That's fine.
And here would be the thing, Councilman,
It's fine.
if you were to respond back that says, I have none, and if I were to be asked, are you confident that there are none? My response would be, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Okay.
And that would be
Let's,
I wouldn't know.
we're fine. And it's just amazing to me that, he'll get all up in arms, but it's mind-blowing to me. I'm fine. But my point is, the town should spend the money and get the emails. Just spend the money, get the emails, and fulfill the FOIA. If we have one person that, you might not trust me if I do this, he said the same thing for 2 other lawsuits. Just pull the damn emails and satisfy the FOIA. And we get all up in arms when there's a front page story that says, council kicked the can down the road again. We get all up in arms when we give $20,000 away, but there's no paper trail because one person decided to do it. I mean, I can't be the only person in this room hearing the echo, but it is very, very loud. It is just resounding how much we do and shouldn't have done.
Okay. Mr. Driggers, I got a question, since we got dramatics on the end.
Yeah, you got dramatics on the end.
Yep, you're a very
Because I care
dramatic
about
man.
town resources.
I do too.
Yep.
Question then, Councilman McKendrick. So if I go into my email, I know how you feel, Mr. Driggers, and give Ms. Barber the emails in my email, will you trust me? Or do you want,
It is not a matter of my trust. It's a matter of satisfying the law.
You're missing the point. Do you trust me? And I know you shake your head, but I've done it the most safe way. Leave that to staff. Staff can go to ATG, get it, move on. I can continue my day. That was the whole plan, to keep me out of it. That's easy. Mr. Driggers can say, per the IT provider who manages that, he will feel more confident in that search than me going into it. So I'm asking you again, do you trust me to go to my email tonight, pull it from Ms. Ball, and give it to her?
I think you would have to ask Ms. Ball that question.
No,
That
continue.
has nothing to do with
Continue.
me.
Okay, I wanna speak, so hopefully we can move
Yeah,
this
we got
along.
the-
We can
yeah,
kick
please.
this can down the road. This is truly a can that needs to be, and we can hopefully skip over item C in old business, because good Lord.
We got to.
There are some people on council who wouldn't know this, there are some that will. At least the mayor and myself at one point, and I think all 5 members of council, quite frankly, at the time, we were individually FOIA'd by the Country Chronicle. They sent them letters directly to us, and then they sent them to town hall. We were advised at the time, they were asking for emails. Sure, whoever the vendor was at the time, I forget who it was before America's Got Talent or whatever their initials are. They pulled the emails from the town. If there were any emails in our Gmails or Yahoos or whatever, we were allowed to pull, and they asked for records on our devices. We didn't have town phones. They absolutely wanted. They wanted us to bring in our phones and hand them over, and they would, as they say, I don't know, yeah, ghost, copy it, whatever, download everything and then go through it and then delete everything. Councilman Kidder, I think the word that we're looking for is integrity. How much integrity do you place in the data that's being submitted in the FOIA? That seems reasonable, wouldn't it, Mr. Driggers? And that's what you're trying to uphold. I respect that. I have no problem with that. It's ultimately not council's decision, in my opinion, to determine whether or not the data that a member turns over meets that criteria or not. It would be the requester's decision to whether or not they believe that the data meets the integrity threshold. It wouldn't be up to Councilman McKendrick or Mayor Griffin or Councilwoman Hovis or Councilwoman Fripp or myself. It'd be up to Ms. Ball or whoever the requester would be to determine whether or not they felt that the data was inclusive of everything or not. And then the remedy of that would be to seek whatever, an injunction or file a case in circuit court. But then you got to prove it. So that's beyond the scope of where we are. If I received a FOIA request today, I'd probably answer it myself. It's just easy, be done with it, and move on. We did that. Councilman Griffin did that, or Mayor Griffin, at the time he was Councilman Griffin. I did it, we submitted it. That was the last we heard of it. That's really the only experience that I think we have. Well, that's fine. They were welcome. They were welcome to seek remedy through the courts, and they chose not to. I think that this body has to come together and determine, we have a FOIA policy. Are we going to follow it? Are we not? Are we going to change it? If there are fees associated with it, are we going to pay the fees? Are we going to let the requester pay the fees? Or are we going to, at some point, buy our own server, have our own stuff in-house, and then let staff pull it? And if the individual requester thinks that there's something that there's missing, then it's up to them to seek whatever recourse they feel is appropriate. So Mayor Griffin, I'll answer your question. Do I trust you to pull your emails? It doesn't matter whether I trust you or not. It's up to you to determine whether or not you want to comply with the FOIA, just like it'd be up to anybody else if you self-pull. If America's Got Talent pulls it, then that's up to them. But this infighting and getting upset is it's just a little ridiculous, because we got to come together and we got to figure out a way to handle complex FOIAs.
And we got to comply with the law.
Thank you, Ms. Ernst, for handling the simple stuff. I get it. That's easy. You can pull from my emails. I don't know why you can't. That boggles my mind as to why you just can't go to my email and just type in an email address or a name or a keyword, and boom, it pops it up, and there's 50 of them. PDF them, send them out the door. That's what we did. I don't understand how that isn't possible. So I think that's the issue that needs to be resolved, is how can we bring 99.9% of this in-house? If it involves a server and a part-time IT person or something, it's got to be cheaper than $500 a clip.
And I don't disagree.
Or 300, or whatever the number is. Who knows what the number is? It changes daily.
And I don't disagree with you on that.
We just make better decisions from the onset.
Well,
That's a big ask, I know. But some of the decisions that I see here, they're not in line with what I think is common sense and ethical behavior. But I guess if we could solve that, we would have world peace.
Mr. Driggers, floor yours.
I have no more information.
Can we give you any direction?
I would love direction.
If we sat here at this table tonight, said, fill the FOIA request to the T, pay the bill to ATG, get it done. That would.
It's on the agenda?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. Fill the FOIA request. We're already late.
Yeah.
We're already breaking the
And
law.
so under that agenda item, it gives you the ability, it's there, it's published, that you can make a motion, and other than asking someone to do something that is illegal, that is council's authority.
I'm just trying to ask us to do something that's
Is
legal.
that item C under old business?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can we move on to old business, item A? Preferably.
Under old business.
All right.
Oh,
You good,
yeah.
Mr.
Yep.
Driggers?
No, I
Are
have no additional information.
Okay, cool. All right, old business. Item 8, review of status of all boards and commissions to determine if reduction in seats would be the benefit of the town. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind,
Yep.
I'll tackle this. I guess it was somewhat my proposal to look at reducing the number of seats on each commission and board from 7 to 5. Historically, there have been vacancies throughout my 6+ years on council, and at times the town has struggled to fill those vacancies. Fortunately, I don't believe the number of vacancies ever fell below 5. It was 1 or 2 at max. I believe there's 2 vacancies on the BZA currently, if I'm not mistaken, and the other 2 boards, and it's actually up here. Yeah, well, there's 1 on one on BAR and 2 on BZA. The other boards are filled, but there are some with multiple boards with expired terms. So it was communicated to me in previous councils and administrations that board seats, commission seats were highly coveted. There was competition, and people had to, for lack of a better word, campaign for them. That is no longer the case, or at least it isn't the case, in my opinion, currently. I'm not necessarily looking to add some shine to them because they're very important positions. They are volunteered. I wish we could do something for them other than thank them. But I think that we need to look for quality over quantity, and the difference in 7 and 5, other than being the numeral 2, should not really inhibit their ability to perform their duties, and we shouldn't have vacancies moving forward. So that's why this item is on the agenda. I just think it just makes a lot of sense, and it would, I believe, if my memory's correct, it would take an ordinance to change these, if I'm not mistaken, and would require 2 readings. So I'd like to get this on. Maybe we could take this, well, I don't want to take it at the special call meeting on the 9th, but I'm curious as to what others on council think of this potential change.
All right, thank you, sir. Any discussion or consensus? If hearing none, the consensus would be to get an ordinance drawn up to reduce the seats from 7 to 5.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Brock, on your recommendation, I've spoken to the town manager here. Because we are not aligned by ordinance right now on appointment versus expiration date of a seat.
Yep.
Can we wait until June? Ed, help me here. Can we wait until June for your ordinance? And if that would take effect at the end of June, if passed, the seats you would be dropping would be expiring in June of 26 anyway.
Well, Councilman,
No, September 30th.
September.
I'm sorry, September.
Okay, well, there's no reason to wait to draw up an ordinance.
Well, I mean,
It
yeah,
can
the
just be effective.
Right.
Can have an
September
effective
30th.
date.
I'm with you there.
That's a detail within the
Yeah.
ordinance, the effective date.
Yep.
Would I recommend waiting to draw up the ordinance? Hell no, because we'll forget about it and we'll get so sidetracked.
Do it now.
I guess I should say passing the ordinance, or
Well, look,
the
we should pass it
effective date.
as
The effective
expeditiously as
date.
possible, if that's the will of the body.
Right.
The effective date is what we can discuss, and if you're making it effective Sep 30, when 2 seats roll off, no problem. No objection here.
And then there's, in that ordinance, when we get to B, I would probably make one other recommendation in that ordinance.
Well, if you were making the effective date set 30, then B would become moot because.
Well, yes, but it would, but we need to discuss we'll discuss it under new business. Or is it under new business?
No, for the
Which
appointments.
one, which one are you looking for?
It would be B.
Yeah,
I have a
B.
question for the attorney, and you can answer this one, Pete. Would there need to be one ordinance or 3 separate ordinances for each board commission?
I mean, it can all be done in one.
Well, the reason I ask is because if you look up here, BZA has 2 vacancies. That could be effective immediately.
Well,
And the other 2 could be set 30.
I mean, we could outline all of that in one
Okay,
ordinance.
all right,
I mean,
all
if we're doing ordinance, say,
We
number.
got to amend existing ordinance.
Yeah, we have to amend existing
Yeah.
ordinances, but I mean, the ordinance would say it would be Town of Blythewood Ordinance 2026.002, whatever ordinance, we could do it all in that ordinance and
Okay.
give them separate, effective dates if
Okay, I
needed.
didn't know if you would
I mean-
want to do that or just do 3 separate ones to make it clear, or doesn't matter?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, all right.
The only other thing I would say that we do at the same time that we're changing the ordinance is align, actually, I think we would, I don't know that we would have to, but we should. Board of Architectural Review is the lone holdout in seats 3, 4, and 5 are in the same class. That needs to be seats 3 and 4. Seat 5 needs to be in its own class with currently 6 and 7. I don't know if you
Is
have.
that so you're replacing at most 2 seats every 2 years?
Yeah, it means
So
you would, so,
maintain a majority,
correct.
maintain at least 3?
You wouldn't be replacing 3 members.
Yes,
at the
I
same
agree with
time.
that. That makes sense. Yes, that's a good point.
And our ordinance actually reads that seats 1 and 2 are the same class, seats 3, 4, and 5, and seats 6 and 7 on the architectural review. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, it might if you have 7, but when you're reducing it down to 5, then you'll need three splits. Yeah,
Typically,
I
we
agree.
do 2, 2, and 1.
2, 2, and 1.
Correct.
On the chart that's up there in your handout that you have, staff did a great job in last month giving these handouts where it was different than the information we were originally
From December.
given from December. And then I noticed some inconsistencies between seat assignment and those serving. So I went and collected all the data from Ms. Durst, and that Ms. Durst and Jordan had put together. Thank you very much. And I got to try to make sense of who was in what seat, actually assigning them to a seat based on the criteria. And I've got the notebook. I won't go through it all, but I've got minutes. I've got who served where. I've got who looked like was appointed to an unexpired term, and I would point to when Malcolm Gorge stepped down from the Planning Commission. He was replaced by somebody. His replacement was, and I can tell you, on the Planning Commission was Alex McLean. Well, Alex McLean's replacement on the Planning Commission didn't put him in the class of 2028. It put him in the class of 2027 because he was fulfilling an unexpired term by seat number. So moving forward, and Mr. Driggers agrees, yes, names are important, who's serving where, but we have to stay consistent with seat numbers or we won't know who's going where. So somebody may either run for council or move out of town or wish not to serve anymore, and they may be in seat 2 and only have a year left on their term. Well, that's what we're replacing before we reappoint them the following year. So what you have before you is what we went through. There are 3 members on Planning Commission who have not been reappointed. 2 of them are currently in expired terms, and 1 will expire September of this year. Board of Zoning Appeals, there are 2 vacancies we're carrying forward. That is seat 2 and seat 3, and 2 people have not been reappointed, and they will both be in the class of 2026. Board of Architectural Review, we have 1 vacancy and 3 people currently serving in expired terms. 1 person who's listed on the Architectural Review Committee has indicated she wishes not to serve any longer, but she's still in that seat, so I left her name there. And then I've updated, and staff was dead on correct with term endings, those, and I pushed it out to 38, I think, is the longest term you'll see on here. But now, if we can purpose moving forward to identify who is serving and their seat as we appoint, reappoint, and new volunteers will actually fill up that slot for a seat. I believe it is 99.9% correct, and I can't point to the spot that it's incorrect, and I just use supporting documentation. Now, there are a couple that I could not find what seat they were appointed to. So it was by process of elimination on the date they were appointed, if that makes sense. That was the reasoning I used. There was no vacant seat. And in one case, there was a vacant seat and a reappointment, and somebody got appointed. Well, where do you put them? I put them in the one that would be reappointed the soonest, not the longest. So there you go. That's the 7 seats on all boards and commissions. And again, a big shout out to staff for making that job easier than it would have otherwise been.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you on that. And you got a bird's eye view of data that never existed. So this, it exists now, and I sent you a text message thanking you,
yes, you did. Thank you,
for that.
Yeah, it's not just staff, Mayor and Councilman McKendrick, thank you guys for doing this and putting this all together. It's hopefully going to make appointments
easy,
very easy, and just flow through very, very seamlessly.
When are we actually doing that?
And then, Ed, did we reach out to applicants and let them know what we were doing?
That we were delayed from the
Yeah.
last meeting? Yes.
Okay, great.
And yeah,
And
we
I'm
also
assuming-
need to thank every one of them, the people. We had a nice pool of applicants.
Yes.
For the first time in, as far as I know, years.
Yeah.
That was really nice to see. So thank y'all for doing that.
Thank you to staff. Thank you all for the hard work. Again, thank you, Councilman McKendrick, for answering that call to work on this. Regardless, I'm going to say this because you and I have some heated discussions, and that's healthy debate, no ill will. As I said last night, I appreciate you watching the live. I don't hate or disagree with any of you all. This is what I want reported out. It's stuff like this that we work together, we figure out what needs to be fixed. It doesn't do well to point fingers. Let's fix the products, let's move forward. And we got a lot of stuff that we can fix. So perfect example of a member of council jumping in, tackling it. And I know he had a lot of work because he burned up the printer and I had to put some paper in it when you left. So appreciate you for that. Any other, where we at? Well, actually, we talked about this. We didn't move to item B. So we're still on item A. The consensus of this is to have Pete draw up, draft up an ordinance, get that to council for review. And then that start date of it is the September date, but get it to us in time so we can have it and review it And Ms. Hovers, I see you holding the mic. Oh, okay, sorry.
Pete, are you clear on that?
Are you,
Architectural review classes?
I think so.
Mr. Mc-
I'll get with you on the
Yep.
way to executive session.
All right, Pete, good, staff, good, Ed?
I just want to, I don't know if I'm on or not.
Think
I
you
just-
sound like you on.
I just want to make sure that if we're not taking action tonight on appointments, I understand on the ordinance, but if we're not taking action on appointments, that we do recognize that we have 2 seats on the planning commission that are expired. Under the statutes, they continue to serve until either they are reappointed or someone else is appointed. So expired terms, they continue to serve. It's month to month until council takes action on those expired seats. Now, the vacant ones, they're just vacant.
They vacant.
I mean, there's no one representing in those seats. And so it can put us in a position that it's harder to get a quorum because we have those
That's
folks.
a little different than the one you're looking at.
Is it?
So all the points you're making are accurate. Just put that one on top of that.
Gotcha. Okay. And then, of course, the same is relevant to terms, those terms that are
Mr.
expired.
Driggers, for the purposes of quorum, if you have 7 seats available and 5 are filled, you would need 4 out of 5 to be present, or 4 out of 7 to conduct business, or 3 out of 5?
3 out of 5.
Okay, so the vacancies don't have an impact to quorum, so it wouldn't matter if we left them vacant or not, is what you're telling me.
Well, they're, correct.
So,
Then we don't need to move the effective date up for that board to eliminate the 2 vacancies to make it easier to
Because we're
achieve a
only
quorum.
using the total number of appointed people.
Gotcha.
If they're vacant, they're
You've
not
answered
just
my
legal.
question.
which is why on Board of Architectural Review, the one person who's rolling off in 26,
Yeah.
she doesn't desire to serve again. And we originally had that listed as a vacancy. That's not a vacancy. Her seat, because she's still there till September, she does count as a quorum, so you can't count her as a vacancy.
So,
You
so
follow me?
you just marked 7 as vacant.
7 is vacant.
Okay,
There's
I got
absolutely
it.
no one there. But Ms. York
That's,
doesn't want to move forward, but you
That's
still
the
have to
one.
use
That's-
her
that's the one.
as part of a quorum. You need 4 to hold the meeting there.
Yeah. If under that circumstance, if her desire is to not serve any farther in the year, she would submit a resignation, and the seat would become vacant.
She just doesn't want to be re-upped.
So if
She's
she's
still
willing to
serving.
serve to the end of the
She is.
term,
That's
then-
why I put her name there and not vacant.
Exactly.
Okay, we're good.
okay. All right, everybody's good?
Yes, sir.
All right, I think we tackled A and B at the same time. There no action for B. We're gonna wait on the ordinance to be drafted. We'll go to item C.
May I add that we'll also recommend in the revision of that ordinance, it says that we do this in January,
Yes.
and it doesn't take effect until October 1st. I will propose to Pete in the drafting that we need to be closer to the expiration of the terms, not 9 months.
What about the July meetings? First meeting of the new fiscal year?
I mean, certainly it could be
When the budget takes
anywhere
on,
in
so
there.
does-
Yeah, but January to October
October.
1 is a really long
A lot
period.
can change between then.
Yeah.
July or August meeting would be my recommendation.
You can have a baby
Give them
in that
a
time.
little bit of a runway.
Long time. All right, item, sorry.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Item C, 4-year compliance and related fees. Discussion item, I think we,
Yeah, I'll make this really simple, Mr. Mayor. I'll make a motion
Excuse-
to, go ahead, I'm sorry. Requested by Councilwoman Homan. It does.
It
Yes,
has my name by it?
she had questions related to 4-year
okay.
that she studied.
Apologies.
This ain't the feed pieces, we already, go ahead, ma'am.
So I'll make this fast. I have 3 things. So first of all, I think that since FOIA says that public bodies, including municipalities, are required to establish and post an online schedule, that we should have an itemized list of what we would be charged. I understand you can't itemize everything, but you can say between 0 and 50 megabytes or whatever it is, that we just don't agree to pay $500 without knowing what it is. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think we should pay the $500 and move on. And then my third thing is, if we could commit to some type of review so that the town could figure out, can we do this ourselves? And that would include getting, maybe within the next 30 days, an itemized list or whatever the research would reveal about how much it would cost, technology-wise, staffing-wise, to bring FOIA in-house, because as of now, I think we're out of compliance. And I think when we do that, we set a dangerous precedent, and will likely end up with another lawsuit, which we don't, everything has not result in a lawsuit. We can work things out like the mayor just said. So those are my proposals. I don't want this to be an old business item again. I want to get a clarification on what the fees are that we're paying. Somebody here agreed, let's make a motion if that's what we need to do, to pay the $500 and then to do a review so we don't find ourselves in this situation again the next time something comes up, a decision is made that we don't all agree with, and the media, which is their right to do, asks for or files a FOIA. So could I make a motion to pay the $500?
Well, we already established that in a consensus that.
No, we did not.
Oh, sorry.
We need action.
Go for it, Ms. Hovis.
Go for it. Well, hold on. Do we need to change this because it says discussion item?
No, it's, no.
Just take, okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, thank you, I appreciate that, because then it would be null and void if we were going forward. I'd like to make a motion that the town accept the responsibility for paying the $500 fee to provide the FOIA compliance for the request that came from The Voice on December 19th.
Second. Motion made and second. Discussion. Hearing none. Roll call, Ms. Durst. Go ahead. Discussion.
Just a friendly amendment, Ms. Hovis. Pay whatever expenses are incurred, because they've already established it could be less than $500.
Oh, yeah.
Or more, thank you very much.
Not to exceed, maybe.
Not to exceed $500.
Okay, so I
Yes.
would like to amend my motion to ensure that we pay not more than $500 to satisfy the FOIA request filed by The Voice on December 19th, 2025.
All right. Second made. Discussion. No more amendments. Hearing none. Ms. Durst.
What was the date? I'm just missed the end of that, but what was relative to the date?
December 19th.
Oh, relative to when it was filed,
Yeah.
okay.
All right. Roll call, Ms. Durst.
Councilwoman Hovis.
Here.
Councilman Brock.
Yes or no?
Yes. Thank you. Councilman Brock.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fritz.
Yes.
Councilman McHenrick.
Here. No,
Mayor Griffin.
yes.
Mayor Griffin.
Yes. All right, item passes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is executive session. Prudent South Carolina Code 30-4-70. Item A1 up for discussion. And I know I'm gonna get deemed in a second, but discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual agreement of the interim town manager.
So move.
Motion made. Second, discussion. Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Executive session. For a motion for reconvene.
Second.
Made second, discussion, hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Following executive session, is there item requiring a vote?
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes, sir, Councilman McKendrick.
I would like to make a motion to empower the town attorney to amend the interim administrator's contract as discussed in executive session.
Motion made, looking for a second. Second. Second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, thank you. I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made, second, discussion, hearing none signify by saying